Yo, 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 what's going on, guys? Is your boy Brandon from Audio Addiction. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for catching a Saturday stream. If you're watching this in real time, I feel like I am gonna try to do some more. Obviously, depending upon my life schedule, gonna try to do as many as I can or that I'm capable of doing. So, this is one of those Saturdays. So if you're new, please join Discord. That's the best way to know when I'm covering stuff and when I go live. Most days it's usually Mondays and Wednesdays. So except for this Monday, because if you're in the States, it's Memorial Day, so I'll be away. But other than that, should be back to the normal stuff here. Um, let's see what we got. Sarah, hello. No Santa. A cheese emoji. Oh my god. Kunky, what's going on? Thanks for hanging. But yeah, very excited. Patreon I think is only missing Wednesday's stream. So that should be up hopefully by the end of this weekend. And then YouTube is still cranking out videos on a I think I put it on like a 3 video rotation. So it's basically every other day that I'm not streaming. So like Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. I think I have had one go out today. Um, so yeah. So if you're watching on YouTube, you should be caught up. Probably you probably will never be caught up officially. So Patreon's the best way to see that. But y'all voted on album stream today, so we'll be going through some albums. Um, I know the most contested one was the issue album, excuse me. And then I know Dang and also Sarah wanted me to do the RM album, right place, wrong person. Um so yeah, so we'll be doing some albums today. Those are the only two that I saw that were the ones that people definitely wanted to see. I will probably have time for at least probably another one or two after that. So if they're shorter, probably could get more in. If there's, if the albums are longer, then probably won't be able to do that. So, um, okay, let's the AKMU album. I could do that. I could do that. ZB1. All right, cool, cool, cool. All right, we're just gonna jump into it. I'll put my notes on here of what y'all want to see. But yeah, those are definitely the three that I saw. Um, that I need to check out. So, to the RM issue. I cannot spell today. AKMU CB1. Okay, cool. We will rock with those for now. Billy album. I did listen to the Billy album on my own time. But we could. I feel like we've been chomping away at that album kind of because we've been doing the live videos. But I did listen to the full album as well. So, um, very cool, very cool. All right. Dang, hello. Uni, hello. Sindra, hello. All right. Let's start with I have the RM album out, so I gotta do. We'll do that one first. Um, let's see. Guggy says I heard Jungkook. I heard a Jungkook song when I was at Target yesterday. I feel like I hear a lot of K-pop stuff when I'm at Target, so I get that. I get that. Issues is the newest one. Yes, that is correct. So, Andy, hello. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate you. All right, cool. We are doing right place, wrong person. I think I know I have listened to maybe a song or two from this album. Um, if it's been a music video, for some reason I feel like I remember that. I don't know how my brain works in mysterious ways. Um, but uh, but yeah, we're gonna check out this one. It seems pretty smooth, like in terms of time frame. So it looks like about 30 minutes. So we're gonna be rocking with that. Um, Dang says there is MVs for most of the songs. That's fine. We'll just rock with this album here. Um, All right, cool. Let's go, because I don't have the time to switch over between the two. So we're gonna get through. Just listen to the actual song. So, all right, let's get into it. Let's do right people, wrong place, and then let me know on the volume chat if it's good. Oh, it did. Yeah, that is true, Sarah. Hmm. Cool intro. A little bit. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Chad. Hmm. Ooh. It's got such a unique tone in that section. Cool.
Feeling high on a forest fire.
Ooh, the layered vocals were really cool. I'm about that. Very nice. Okay, this was right people, wrong place. I'll probably keep this one a little bit more brief. But I'll read chat's comments real quick. Gunky says that they like the intro as well. Dang says I gave this album 3 years for me to get tired of it. If it doesn't happen, I'll get a tattoo in 2027. That I respect that. That's I feel like that's a solid move. I don't know if I don't know if I would ever get it like an artist like I don't know if I would ever get artist stuff tattooed on me, but maybe I'd consider it. Especially if it's like an album that I've been listening to, like shout outs to the song that I posted last time when we did a Saturday stream. That Seosin album was like I'd probably would get the Beatle that was on that, but yeah, that's I mean I respect that decision. That's like that is a very thought out, very intelligent way to think about it. So that'd be cool. Um, and as far as this song goes, I like the intro. Like I said, I am a huge sucker for like albums, and again being able to kind of I don't want to say predict, but kind of see where people kind of go, right? Like I think there is a lost I feel like there is somewhat of a lost art in terms of albums, and that's not to say that artists aren't making very like convincing or solid albums in that aspect, but um, I feel like a lot of people want that the instant gratification uh of like the singles, right? Like I'm such an album nerd. I obviously collect a ton of records. Like to me, albums I feel like are kind of the pinnacle of artistry, right? Like you get a full look into how people kind of think about things, like how how they view the world, and or even different aspects of like personal life, right? And so I feel like it is a really cool peer into the looking glass. And while I feel like this song specifically for this release here is really interesting, and I think it really makes you think, right? Like I'm curious how he's going to interweave some of this like interesting sort of like musical stylization, or like the way that he's doing different vocal parts. Like the ending had like 3 layered vocals, which were really cool, and I enjoyed that. So like I think there is definitely some piecemealing going on that like if I'm listening to the album from front to back, I kind of want to know where is this gonna go, where's it gonna head, like what are we getting out of it, and like what it means to them, right? So I feel like this is a really good introduction. It's quirky, it's fun, interesting, probably great adjectives to describe this song. And I feel like it sets the mood. So I definitely love that. So Dang says I have no tattoos so far, so it would be the first. That would be, you know what? Listen, that would be the move. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't because everyone's got their own choices to make in life. But I feel like that. I feel like if it was my personal opinion, and if you ask for my personal opinion, I feel like that's a good. You know, you have thought about it, right? And not to say that every tattoo has to have a thought or anything, but that's cool. Gucky says, yeah, I couldn't do an artist tattoo. The time I did that, they would become a criminal. that that is the issue that looms. That I feel that statement for sure. That's I kind of might be in the same boat as you, Gunky, on that one. Not to say that people aren't above that, but I don't know. But I feel like that's a very fair statement to make. So all right. Well, we're keeping it moving. The next one we got is Nuts. So let's check it out. Ooh. That funky bass. All right. I think we did check this one out. I'm pretty sure. It's been a while though. I haven't listened to it since.
I could make this right place for you. I could make it just right for you. I could make this right place for you. I could make it right. She a pro rider, rider. Must be an A1 gotta always throw a fucking slider when it comes to love. She could be an all-nighter, fast gas slider. No man could ever fight her. I go, 네 어찌 모든 걸 함께 해. 어째 이제 네가 줄 수 있는 게 없는데. Freaky, you freaking me. Begging you, baby, please. 평생 같은 개소리. Love is just for the freaks here. Pro rider.
It's so interesting.
Rider. Must be an A1 gotta always on the fucking copter when it comes to money. He could be a damn fighter. Fast gas slider. No a woman could stop him. 하고 nuts. 괴물이 된 꼴이. You look like your guts. 그저 껍데기뿐인 trust. Freaky, you freaking me.
That like dissonant guitar in the back. That's cool.
Love is for the freak. I could make this right place for you. I could make it just right for you. I could make this right place for you. I could make it just right for you. I could play this right chord for you. I could take you right to the moon. I could make this right place for
Sin choice is cool in here.
I could make you right. Now maybe you've never been so high.
That arpeggiated lick. Cool.
I will close your eyes. Now maybe you've never been so high. No, you're afraid of heights. Don't say goodbye. 너 간 뒤로 비로소 난 살아있어. 매일 밤이면 과거의 나에게 보내는 유서를 써. 위스키 한 잔이면 털어질 모든 기억. 믿지도 않은 시기에 비로 시간이 전부던 20대에서 벗어날 수 있도록 행복하길 바랄게. 진심이야 안 믿겠지만 참 찔렸던 관계. There's a stigma on my chest, it's called you. 함께였던 것조차 믿기질 않은 it was a flu. But we could see the karma coming through. The monster hasn't been me. I beg you, baby, please. Forever, I will wish you a true happiness. Dang.
Wow. Oh, wow. I had no idea transition to the next song. That's crazy. That was a good, I will say, I didn't even notice that the song transferred over. That's some skill. I gotta give him credit for that. That's insane. That was awesome. All right, cool. This was Nuts by RM. Very nice. Dang says, or Gunky says, yes, I remember the jokes. Yeah, I do remember that we did make a lot of nuts joke. Um, I also remember that as well. That's why I was like, I know we listened to this because I saw the song title name and I was like, there's no way I haven't listened to this song because we joked about it. Dang says, I saw on TikTok at the concert last week, someone held a sign up that says, Namjoon, I'm a pro rider. He saw it and smiled. That's awesome. Very cool. Uni says, loving the vibe so far. I agree. I agree. I feel like similarly to my comments that I made about the intro song, I feel like the quirkiness of this album prevails so far. Obviously, we're only 2 songs in, so I'm sure that I'm sure that that will continue on as the album goes. But I mean quirky in a good way. I know sometimes quirky can be mistreated as misconstrued, excuse me, as a negative term, but I like a lot of quirky stuff, so I feel like for me that's I've always used it as in a positive framing, so but I can understand the possible negative connotations of it. But I really love the choice, and I think that has a lot to do with I'm sure RM because he is, obviously he's worked with BTS for a long time and has done his own work as well. But like I am so impressed by how I'm so impressed by like some of the yeah, so he's composer, lyricist, a vocal arranger, okay. And he had some other people that worked with him on composition I could see here. And he also produced. Wow. Okay. Very nice. Um I think to me it's very interesting, right? Like there is definitely like, and shout out to all of these performers here. They did a phenomenal job. Like the drumming is really cool. I like how dry it is. It's very like a lot of this stuff I feel like is very intentional and I like that. Uh Mokyo did some really great job with like that synthesizer choice. Like one of the synthesizers, like, and this is probably the only way I could describe it, it feels very like wet, like the signal's very wet. Um and I like that. I think like there's just interesting qualities about like I'm sure they went through dozens and dozens and dozens of like different tones and stuff like that to figure out what needs to work. But like genuinely, I was like, I feel like I was always making kind of like a more perplexing face. I'm like, oh wow, this is very interesting, or like the way that like RM's kind of like matching some of like the rhythm sections of the drums in the song I thought were really interesting, or like in the first, I would say first verse of the song, you get that like really interesting, like dissonant guitar tone, and it meshes up against this like really quirky sort of synth tone, and then you get like the chorus, which feels a little bit more different, has like more of a like reverby, like drenched sort of synth tone over top, but still kind of keeps that sort of like wet synth sound as well. So it was very interesting, and I think like to me like I could understand if this was someone's first listen, they're like, I just don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. Or they only listened to this song and then didn't listen to the rest of the album. Like I could understand maybe the misplacement of it, I guess, unless you were familiar with RM's work prior. But I really like it. And I think again, it really kind of takes from the first the title track, or not title track, the first song on this album. Um and really kind of plays with that sort of interesting sonic tone, and like I said, that transition from Nuts to Out of Love, which I didn't even realize, it just transitioned so smoothly. Like it seems very intentional. It seemed like that was the intention for the songs to just kind of bleed into each other. And I don't feel like you would really get that unless you listen to the album, right? Like, so I do really love that. I think it is really interesting. Um, and yeah, I thought this was a great song. Like I said, second listen, I think this is second listen I've listened to this song. I will say I get it now. Now listening to the intro, it makes more sense. So, um, let's see what we got here. Jang says, I wonder what genre you would consider this album to be. Is it K-pop or what? Maybe a question for the end. Sarah says, I said this with all the hate in my heart. It has to be K-pop, otherwise the industry wouldn't would have to take it honestly. Oh God, I feel like I see where Sarah's getting at. I may have to listen to the rest of the album to come to that conclusion as well. I mean, I don't not see it that way. If I'm not trying to like, I'm not trying to shun Sarah's commentary, but like, I don't not see it as that because obviously like RM is so, especially in his own solo work, is very much adjacent to BTS. But I I do feel like it is very interesting and like it made me think about it the other day, ironically enough, and this wasn't even like Sarah digging into my brain a little bit, but maybe potentially. But I do feel like it made me kind of, I had this thought earlier this week where I was like, how many genres are there, right? Like obviously there's major genres like pop, country, rap, like rap slash hip hop, like rock, metal, like there are, and then there's like, oh well, there's over like 6,000 like sub genre categories, right? And it's like it's so interesting, and like I almost even kind of made a self goal to be like, can I expand my horizons even more so, right? Like I don't know if I'll be able to touch every 6,000 subgenres, right? But like how much could I be knowledgeable in, right? Like, or at least could hold myself accountable to, right? Like obviously familiar with like the metal umbrella of genres, like rock, I'm familiar with most of them, like it's interesting. And I think it made me think, like that question made me think like, wow, like there's so much nuance in like the way that like there's so much nuance in the sense of like there will maybe be like some niche genre that you won't like think of. Like a lot of the K-pop stuff now, or like in the past couple years, have been like majorly influenced by like like British or like European like house music, or like like drum and bass or something like that. Like it it is very interesting, and obviously you could get very much in the weeds of that, and I'm probably spinning my wheels a little bit in this conversation here, but I think it is interesting, like to view it as a specific way when you could ask someone else entirely and they might be like, oh yeah, this is definitely this genre, right? Like it is very interesting, and obviously everybody probably lands on it in a different way, but it is very interesting. So yeah, I appreciate. I know Sarah kind of invoked the conversation, but also didn't. So I gotta give them credit for it. It was me probably going on a rant a little bit, but Sarah says I actually have not spiteful opinions too. That's fair. Gungi says I see it as K-pop, but you could broadly call it another genre as well. There are so many subgenres. Uh, Unhi says the genre is a spectrum for sure, for sure. Sarah says I also just don't think of K-pop as a genre. Really, it's an industry with conventions, but K-pop songs could be any genre. Yes, I wouldn't disagree with you on that. And you've heard probably most of all the subgenres at some point in your life. Yeah, I will say like world music. I feel like I'm probably least familiar with, but obviously I have some knowledge of. But I feel like that's probably the like, and obviously I'm grateful to chat. Some of y'all have put me on to some like artists that I probably would have ever listened to at some point in my life. So very grateful for that. But I think I think it's important to not be an elitist about what music you listen to. Like if you think it's good music, it's good music, right? Like I don't think that I agree with Uni that like genre is a spectrum, right? Like if you enjoy it, you should enjoy it because you enjoy it, not because of the limiting factors of genre, right? Like if you're like, oh, I only like metal, and then you only listen to metal, like you're limiting yourself from potentially having other music that you might enjoy, and you're just closing that off. So, um, that's a PSA for everybody. But anyway, we're gonna keep it moving. Out of Love is the next one, which again transitioned beautifully. So, we're gonna check that one out now. That's a fair statement, Goki. I would agree. Oh, wow. The vocal effects are crazy.
I'm just a pack of a cigarette. I'ma burn down the love and the hate, the right, the wrongs. Even the goddamn where I've been living it for my whole life. Smoking kills, I know it's my fucking business. You bitches, stop, don't talk shit. Ashes fall like the
I'm sure
snow,
someone will do.
changing all the flow, time to let go the past. The memories, the stacks of the truth. Diaries without priorities. Think I already killed myself out of the fucking fizz. Smoke, drink people, I know they stink. 단 한 번에 섞어버리고 I put them in the sink. 설거진 안 해. Cause it's my fucking script. 10몇 년 만에 이제야 다시 들린 내 creep. I don't belong here. 신은 죽어버리고 사랑은 묻어버렸네. 잡힌 너와 내가 믿는 진실은 다르게. 그래 너 원망하지 않아. 너 원망하지 않아. 사랑은 망하지 않아. Somebody always shitting on him. Somebody kiss you like a dish, always hating on him. Somebody kiss you like a dish, I'ma kiss you. Always shitting on him. Somebody kiss you,
Ooh, that little bit of sax is cool.
All you strangers, you did think you can't please me. 본지면 다 됐다고 you do believe me. 난 익숙하지, I love it when you hate me. Don't kiss me, don't see me, don't meet me, just eat me. Honesty's always a crime. Just tell me if you need a dime, but I can't give you my time. Can't waste you my goddamn time. You know you was a crime. You care for one body, can't fault my mind.
That was cool. I'm about that. All right, this was Out of Love, out of Right Place, Wrong Person from RM. If you're joining us for the album stream, so let's see what we got. Gogi says there are genres I don't really like much, but there are always songs under that genre I like. That's fair. And when are we doing? I'm sure somebody. I will preface when we do when I have the deep dives for points, I didn't genre lock it, so I mean we could deep dive into like any any artist of any genre. So Diz says screw country Europop when Sarah said amen in all caps. Hey, listen, we'll that's on the table. It's on the table. Guggy says, to be fair, I don't really listen to country, but but at one point in my life I did. I like older country from around the 90s. Country now is mostly terrible. Fair enough. I feel like I listen to subgenres of country, so like folk, I probably listen to mostly out of the country genre. So that makes sense. But let's see what we got. Sarah says Eurovision watch party when Ibu gets its head out of its ass. That's fair. Tank says put them in the sink. That must have been lyrics, I would imagine. Very nice. Aqua deep dive. Hey, let's go. Let's do it. I joked about a country deep dive, but I wouldn't do it. That's fair. If I ever win the wheel again, that's what I'll do. Hey, let's go. I listen. I'd be down. Oh, this video will hold you accountable if that happens. We're gonna have to cite this video. Anyway, I enjoyed this a lot. I feel like I'm probably gonna enjoy a lot of these, but I think there's like the interesting nature of these songs is that, like, again, that quirkiness. I keep saying it, and it'd probably be a theme throughout this album. But like, I love just kind of the interesting, like, unconventional ways that this album sounds, right? And like, I don't think it is definitely not taking the straight and narrow. But I love that. I think there's like some, especially at the beginning, where you get like this really. I don't know if it's like a vocoder or like some sort of vocal like auto tune or something like that, but like it's kind of adjacent to that, I would assume. But it's really got this interesting like pitched vocals, and I thought that was interesting. And then contrast with RM's actual voice, I feel like it worked out really well, and I like that composition choice, so I appreciate that. There was also some like really interesting like saxophone towards the end of the song, like it's kind of got like that chill sort of jazz vibe to it, like jazz like club vibe to it, and I'm here for that. So I love that. It does have that little bit of like angst to it that I really appreciate as well. Like from that, I feel like I kind of expect from RM to some degree, but I really enjoyed kind of like the different emotionalities that you get out of the song, right? Like I feel like it's slightly ironic that the song is called Out of Love. So I don't know if it's like I don't know if he's saying it like maybe it's a little bit of tongue in cheek, right? Like it is maybe he's saying it out of love, right? So like um which I appreciate. And so like sometimes you just need to give the tough love a little bit, you know? So or like, you know, you're talking to someone sternly because you care, you know, or something like that, or that's how I would kind of arrange it. Um but I really like kind of the emotionality of the song, and like I said, it contrasts really well with the more like chill, like jazz clubby sort of vibe of the song. So I thought this was very interesting. It's probably my favorite one so far. It's a little bit more subtle in its approach, but I definitely like it. So um let's see. This says Aqua Deep Dive stream and nobody shows up but me, Sarah and Tang. I think there would be more. I don't know. Ding says Out of Love is so angry. I love it. Lyric wise, everything RM says means two things. That's fair. I feel like it's, you know, I feel like you can garner a certain perspective from the song. So very cool. All right. We are keeping it moving. The next one we've got is Domodachi featuring Little Sims. So I think we did check out Domodachi, I'm pretty sure. So let's check it out.
Motherfuckers want a big role, motherfuckers need a damn patrol. I've been slipping through a kind of bullshit. EJ Johnson, not chosen. All suckers wanna get it, take a sip, cause Johnny Boy, I'm out of shit. All the suckers wanna hit it. I'ma lead you to the heaven group of pity. All my friends wanna get around it. All my friends wanna take another pose. Yeah, I'm not down with the bullshit. Get the fuck down, motherfucker, with the doing shit. No more goofing around, I won't cool shit. I'ma stay calm when they come with the no shit. cause your boots are more than bullshit. 친구들은 뭐 내 주위 하도 shit. Yeah, hot, get fire when shouting. Let me go eight, get down with the party. Yeah, I'm not down, motherfucker, with the bullshit. Get the fuck down. 그냥 쳐들어가 bullshit. Motherfuckers want a bigger grow, motherfuckers wanna take control. All my friends crying in a row. You won't get it, free soul, better come up with it.
Look, step in the place and they yell, go figure. Watch, I'ma go all out for my hitter. I already told them I'm a gorilla. Sims and RM, man, it don't get bigger. Catch me in the back when my G's them. Greet them with respect when you see them. Run me up a check, I'ma need that. And give my Cody a stack, cause that's my dog, that's my homie. You and I know, aren't you phony? I set the tone, listen up closely. You know my name, but you do not know me. I've got my broskies back till the end. You can't put one hand on my friend. We just here for a good time every day. Nay, son, I'm Chi Monte.
All right. That was Domodachi featuring Little Sims. This was very interesting. I will say, because I know I have listened to this one, because I think I also I was also perplexed the first listen. I still am. Um, I feel like this the whole time I was listening to the song was like, if I let the voices inside my head win, this would be the song, right? Um, I I think this is very interesting, right? Like, and I mean, obviously, interesting is subjective, certainly, but I think this is very interesting, and obviously, there's some sort of reasoning as to why RM decided to do the song the way that he did it. Um, I personally haven't figured it out, and I've listened to this twice now. I imagine maybe it requires another listen potentially for me to get it, but um I think it is very chaotic. In like in it like it's chaotic like in a box, right? Like I think the way that the writing style is like it's not like freeform jazz where it's like why did they even think about doing this? Like it doesn't make any sense. Like there's a lot of there are some structural boundaries in this song, so I appreciate that, especially in that like the first part of the song kind of remakes itself later on in the song as well. So I feel like there is some cyclical aspects of the song where like there is some similar like melody structures towards the beginning of the song, and then was also maybe used in like the second verse or like the bridge or something like that, where like you could kind of put two and two together in a sense. um and then obviously like there are some different like vocal elements of the song, like a lot of the ensemble vocals with like the group of vocalists that they had for that. I think they also utilized that pretty well. There was some parts of that in like the first part of the song, and then there was obviously to close out the song there was definitely some moments there. um the only part of the song that I felt like everything kind of clicked a little bit more was actually with the Little Sims. I feel like their section was really good. I liked their vocals. And as well as that, I feel like there's a level of ground, I think it grounds the song a little bit more. Like, not to say that RM was not a good performer in the song, but I do feel like everything kind of clicked for a little bit, and I was like, oh, okay, this makes more sense. And then again, it kind of becomes a little bit more looser as the song either goes after the end or like towards the beginning. So I think there was a very interesting like phrasing style that I thought was cool, and I appreciate the choice. Um, but yeah, overall, I thought this was an interesting song. I don't know if I particularly have come around to it, but I did appreciate the kind of artistry that was brought in this track. So maybe it isn't for me right now, but maybe I have to dig a little deeper and figure out the vibe a little bit more. So, uh, Sarah says this song almost feels like a panic attack. That's fair, in a good way. Sarah says the song is great for sure. Let's see. It looks like WNJN from Bombing Tiger sings the parts in Japanese. Okay, very cool, very cool. Gunky says this is a little too strange for me. Uni says as uh, opposed to justice, stress, which is just a panic attack in a bad way. That's fair. And Little Sims deserves a deep dive. Hey, listen, well, we could put them on the list, certainly. But yeah, I think this one's is unique, and you can take that for however you want to see that as. But I think the artistry is cool. I'm here for that. So all right, we're keeping it moving. The next one we've got is Question Mark, and it is an interlude featuring Domi and JD Beck. I remember Domi and JD Beck. They're interesting. So I had no idea they did a collab with RM. So let's check them out.
I just hope you remember me. Last grave in your cemetery. You know you got the best of me. But you know what? I don't mind it at all. That's me.
JD Beck's nuts on the drums. Holy shit.
What goes around
The flute is cool. I like that.
goes around, comes around.
All right, very cool. That was question mark. I'll keep this one brief because there wasn't really much to talk about other than the cool instrumentals. I am familiar with JD Beck. I've been following his drumming for quite a bit now. So it's cool, obviously, here JD Beck. Domi is, I feel like they became a group more currently. But I really like this a lot, and I feel like both of them are incredible together. So if you have not checked out Domi and JD Beck, please go check them out. They're incredible. But I thought this was awesome. Like I definitely I feel like this is more of a focal point on like the instrumentation. The flute was really cool. I don't know if it was necessarily like an actual flute or if they were using like a piano to kind of emulate a flute. It sounded like it was potentially a real flute, but I can't confirm or deny. Also, like plugins have become outrageously good at like mimicking actual woodwind instruments. So I thought that was really interesting. But I do really like this a lot. Definitely like on that jazz end of the scale for sure. There's a lot of cool like drum modulation too, and like rhythm changing and stuff in the song that was really interesting. So I would probably listen to this one again. I do agree with Uni's comment that I did wish it was longer. I feel like that's maybe just a personal, like I just love this song and I just wanted to see where it would have gone. But otherwise, rad song. Big salutes to Domi and JD Beck, incredible artist. So Dang says trippy, and he says ooh. Gucky says, this almost reminds me of the music that was played at the restaurant I went to with my parents for Sunday brunch when I was a kid. It was at a hotel by the bay in San Diego. We always used to sit in the outside part where you could see the bay. Listen, that is a mood. I feel that would be like if this song was longer or there was just like jazz artists, like that'd be rad. I can envision that. Like that put me in a space. So I could see that. That'd be super sick. So cool stuff. Someone's gonna have to try it now. Anyway, very cool. We're moving on to the next one, which is track 6, which is Groin. I know for a fact we listened to both of these because we made nuts and groin jokes. So I know for that. Okay, first of all, that's sad that I remember these songs because they're the song names, but making bald jokes. But anyway, good stuff. Cookie says I haven't thought about that in a long time. Oh, but it seems like a very good memory. So that's always nice. So, and then I ruined it immediately by saying ball joke. So anyway, we're gonna keep it moving with Groin. Let's check it out.
Yo, 세상에 재수없는 새끼가 많아. 어쩌라고 뭐 가던 길이나 가라. 세상엔 알 수 없는 새끼가 많아. 부딪힐 것 같으면 난 더 세게 밟아. Just fuck it up, bitch. Every time you know I fuck it up, bitch. 이렇게 번번이 또 망치고 말아. 나 스님은 못돼 타인의 말은 내게는 언제나 오해. 나도 fucking diploma. 이제 좀 살만하니 뭔 책임을 떠넘네. 내가 뭘 대표해. 나는 나만 대표해. 화병 나서 죽기 전에 할 말은 하자. 맘만 드는 놈한테 난 무조건 빵상 무조건 빵상. 내가 뭘 하든 이제는 못 말려 방살. I see what I see, I be what I be, I'll set you free. Can tell you nothing, I'm so far, what it do, just come. Get your ass out of trunk, get your ass out of trunk, get your ass out of trunk. Your face, I'm like fuck it. Get your ass out of trunk, get your ass out of trunk, get your ass out of trunk. Don't care what you talk, get your ass out of trunk, get your ass out of trunk, get your ass out of trunk. You walk like a dog, get your ass out of trunk, get your ass out of trunk, ass out of trunk. 세상엔 재수없는 새끼가 많아. 어쩌라고 뭐 가던 길이나 가라. 세상엔 알 수 없는 새끼가 많아. 나는 더 세게 밟아 그냥 더 세게 밟아. Yeah, fuck it up, I fuck it up. 지금 오는 해롭지만 I suck it up. 이제는 거꾸로 더 절벽으로 사냥형과 함께 어머니 속썩이러 어쩌면은 법이로. 아니 그건 never know. 난 착하게 살 거야 하지만은 you never know. 눈은 좀 깔아줘 그러니 자극하지 말아줘. 친구가 되고 싶다면 그냥 술이나 좀 따라줘. You dig? I see what I see, I be what I be, I'll set you free.
All right, very cool. This was track 6, Groin from Right Place, Wrong Person, done by RM. Very nice. I do remember this one pretty well. Like I said, the nuts and groin jokes. He was just missing balls. I feel like that would have chef's kiss, you know what I mean? He would have been talking about all those parts. Uh, Kunky says balls, nuts, and groins do not mix with the good childhood memories. Yeah, but it'll be a new memory now that you'll be able to remember about a memory you had. You know, it'll be great. Tank says not a fucking diplomat. You walk like a duck with the snapping emoji. We love to see it. I definitely like this one. I think I made a joke. I'm 99.9% sure I made a joke that I said I like groin and not nuts, which I don't know why I said this again, but it is what it is. But I definitely like this one. I think the bass is the bass line in the song is so cool. I definitely love like that kind of really gritty, funky, like distorted kind of bass tone that they used in this. I thought that was really, really sick. I also love RM's cadence in the song. Like I feel like the way that he was like kind of more so on the beat of like the rhythm, I thought was really cool. Not to say that he hasn't been before or any of these songs. I feel like they've been a little bit more looser, where I feel like this one definitely was more like arrangement wise was a little bit more tighter, which was cool. I also like that this one wasn't as I like that this one has it's more grounded, right? Like I don't think that there is really anything that is like outrageous about this song, something that I'm not like, wow, he did something really different or something a little bit more crazy with the song. I feel like this song is definitely more straightforward in its approach, and I would imagine that maybe is intentional, right? Because it's like the middle, roughly the middle of the album. So I definitely love that. But yeah, I loved his vocal tone in this. I think the bass tone was also really incredible. Like that again, that dry drum sound I feel like is so cool with like that hi-hat and snare hits. I thought they were just really smooth. I think they really dialed in the production for this. Excuse me, dialed in the production for this song really well. So definitely one of my favorites, along with Out of Love so far. Those have been incredible. Um, Gogi says, don't try to ruin my memories. I'll listen. I'm making new ones. It's all good. We're gonna keep it moving. The next one we've got is Heaven. So let's check it out.
Take my hand, cause you went inside it.
Ooh, wow.
If that's your delight,
I'm here for this.
come ruin my vibe. Take my hand, oh you ain't invited. Go grab your knife and watch me collapse. You don't need to hide it. I know what you are. Higher. You do it every time. Yeah. Don't let me ignite it. You tryna rewind. Higher, but not for this time. I'm feeling so good here with me. Feeling so
Cool
full
chord.
here with me. Everything's untakeable. My pieces are unbreakable. Take my heaven for free. Your words and face don't kill me. You know you're not unlovable. I'm happy where the devils are. So take my heaven, cause you went inside it. If that's your delight, take my heaven, oh you ain't invited. Go grab your knife and watch me collapse. So take my heaven.
All right, very cool. This was track 7 from RM, and it is called Heaven. Very nice. Um, I enjoyed this a lot. This was very different, I would say, in terms of all of the songs that we've listened to so far on this album. Also one of my favorites. I like the kind of indie, I guess like indie rock, indie like alternative sort of vibe to this one. I thought it was really interesting. The shout out to whoever was doing the guitar work on this. I think they did a beautiful job. There's a lot of like I want to say unconventional chord phrasings, but like definitely melody wise like kept it very interesting, right? Like there is like a pretty decent amount of like suspended chords or like add 9 chords or something like that added into this song that I really liked. And so I got to give the whoever did the guitar work for this a lot of credit, because I thought the instrumentation was like paramount to this song, certainly. I also really love RM's like singing voice. I know he's done it a few times throughout BTS's career, but I feel like his voice kind of suits this stylization. I couldn't imagine I'd be the only one who thought that, but I would be surprised if I was. He's just got like a very like raspy sort of like warm tone to his voice, especially when he's doing like a lot of singing. Um, and so I've really enjoyed kind of the like alternate reality somewhat of RM to some degree on the vocal end of the scale. I thought that was really really cool. But yeah, I think this just like if you didn't tell me this was RM and like just told me this was like a new indie like a newer ish indie artist, like I'd be like this is a good song. Like I enjoyed it. I feel like the fact that like this song being placed on this album is, I would argue, very intentional, certainly. But as well as that, I also feel like it highlights and shows off a different side of RM that I really appreciate. You know what I mean? Like it is something that I feel like I would argue maybe potentially has him step out of his comfort zone somewhat, but I really feel like he did a wonderful job with the song. And I was again pretty surprised at how how it all turned out. I really was like locked in for this song. And I really did enjoy it a lot. So this was a phenomenal one. Like I said, probably one of my favorite ones so far. I would probably go and listen to this one almost immediately if we were to close out streams again. So very cool stuff. Dang says, I think a lot of this album is about RM's struggle with fame, as many of his lyrics in BTS songs are also. But maybe in this album, his stylistic experimentations also reflect this. I would agree. Obviously, I am not. I wouldn't say that I am particularly a BTS super fan, or I would consider myself a light BTS fan. Certainly, I have done some homework on them. Certainly, we did an entire month on their music. So like, I do feel like I obviously am familiar with them and all of their individual endeavors, certainly. But I feel that, and this may come across maybe in I don't want to say a negative way, but I have to probably maybe choose my words a little bit carefully. I feel like RM is the one that takes a lot of risk. And what I mean by that is that, not to throw any shade to any of the other like members of BTS, they all have really great solo music, and obviously I loved V's album, certainly being one more specific one to single out. But I will say, like, while listening to you through this album, like I appreciate that there's a diversity of what it is, right? Like I think to me it is, I think diversity certainly is a spice of life in my opinion, but I also feel like when you listen to an album like this, I still think it has that level of cohesion that I would imagine he was expecting for this release. But also as well, like there's a lot of shit that I like. Again, Heaven being one of those prime examples, is like a song that I don't think I would have expected him to put on an album, but I am very grateful that there is something that that represents him in a different way or in a different light, that I can show RM love to, because that's really interesting. And I hope that he continues to be very experimental in his style choice and like obviously what he chooses. Like I hope that they don't crush his ability to be creative or to step outside of, not only I think out of his comfort zone, but like maybe the comfort zone of people that listen to the albums, right? So very cool, very cool. Like I said, Heaven, probably my favorite one so far. And a little bit unexpected, so very nice. Dang says, like, he could have been an indie artist, but he wasn't the leader. If he wasn't the leader of the biggest K-pop group, I think that's true. I do think Ariane took some risks. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not here to discredit any of their albums, whether solo members or otherwise. I think there are certainly risks that are taken every time, when music is released. But I think that this has been probably the most varied, at least from like song to song, but still, again, kind of has that sort of collectiveness to it that I appreciate. So I'm not saying that they don't take risks. Certainly, I'd imagine there are definitely some songs where they have absolutely taken risks, certainly, but not maybe to this extent is what I'm saying. Like, I think there are some songs on this album that I don't think I would foresee a BTS, like them as a group doing, right? Um, so yeah. Hope that kind of contextualizes it a little bit more. But anyway, we're going to keep it moving. The next one we've got is Lost, not to be confused with the TV show Lost. So let's check it out. Also a great TV show.
Goddamn lost. I've never been to club before.
We checked this one out too. I remember this one.
I never felt so free before. Your goddamn girls. I never felt so fine before I hit the club. Hold up. Damn, now thank you, don't worry. 정신 차려보니 어느새 나 통인 거래. 시간은 손살 14살 yeah 벌써 30. And I look up in the sky, it's a silver cloud, you hurry. Dump it underground, pick it up, throw it in the trunk. Dump it underground, pick it up, throw it in the trunk. Dump it underground, pick it up, throw it in the trunk. Dump it underground, pick it up, now let's go dump. Dump it underground shit. Dump it underground shit. 난 자꾸 넘어져 피가 흐르는 중. I get lost in the ground, but I'm bagging at you. Goddamn lost. Goddamn lost. I've never been to club before I hit the club. I never felt so free before your goddamn ghost. I never felt so fine before I hit the club. I got temptation. I got temptation. Every morning, every night, I always feel lifeless. And in the morning, I feel love, I hug it in excitement. Every morning, every night, I always feel excitement. When I feel lonely as fuck, I still lifeless. I'm never loving alone, I'm gonna lightless. I'm gotten lost. I never been to club before I hit the club. I never felt so free before your goddamn girls. I never felt so fine before I hit the club.
Ooh, nice chord
I
change.
never felt so free before. I got temptation. 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 I got them.
All right, very cool. That was Lost from RM, from Right Place, Wrong Person. I do remember watching this because I also remember the MV for it. I thought the MV was cool. Some commentary I don't think that I made about the song the last time, or maybe I did. I don't remember. It was about a month about a year ago, probably, give or take. Um, Actually, probably two 2 years ago, maybe. Anyway, I thought this was really cool re-listening to it because I did like probably about maybe 45 seconds in. I was like, oh, I think I've listened to this song before, and it kind of clicked with me. And that chorus, I feel like, is very memorable. So I have to give him a lot of credit for that. I really love the chorus in this song. Um, I feel like this to me kind of I feel like Lost kind of borrows a lot from some of the other songs on the album, which is good. I appreciate it. I think to me it kind of ties a lot of those loose ends together a little bit. Like, you have like the cool kind of like bass riffing that you heard in Groin, but now is in Lost. There is some like cool like synth choices, like that really cool like arpeggiated, like almost like video game style synth tone, um, that I feel like you would hear in some of the first couple songs off this album. And so I appreciate that there's a lot of context clues with this song, right? Like I think it does. I think I have a lot more appreciation for this song now, having listened to, you know, 7 out of the 11 songs on this album. Um, I think it ties a lot of, again, ties it all together. So I appreciate that a lot. Stylistically, this kind of reminds me a lot of, and this is a huge compliment because I love this artist, but it kind of reminds me a little bit of like the whimsy that I get when I listen to like Childish Gambino. I love him. He's like probably one of my favorite artists in that genre. Um, Obviously, I don't think he's planning on doing any more music as of currently. But it really kind of reminds me of kind of, again, those quirky aspects of what I feel like Gambino did. Um, but like obviously RM's doing it in his own style, and I feel like I could draw a little bit of parallels in sort of the writing style. So I really love that. I think that's what kind of made me appreciate the song more, but also as well, like, you know, I feel like while there is in my head, I feel like kind of a linkage there. Um, I definitely feel like it obviously strives on its own and is very catchy. Like the chorus is extremely memorable. Obviously, just remembering the song after one listen, I was like, "Oh wow, this chorus is just so good. The hook's awesome." I like the kind of like halftime measure in the bridge. I thought that was really cool. Um, and just like I think there's just a lot more intentionality to like some of the different elements of the song. Like in a vacuum, I feel like they all work very well together. And obviously, like the kind of more like band aspects of the song really counteract like the synth tones and stuff like that, but like in a really nice way. Like I don't feel like they're like clashing at all. Like they really amalgamate together. So I really love that. So yeah, I would definitely put Lost as one of my favorites. Like I liked it before, but I feel like now it has a lot more meaning, and I appreciate the writing style even more so. So this was a phenomenal song. It looks, if I had to guess, it's probably the title song for this release. So that would make sense. They really tied it all together with Lost. So great song. All right, we're gonna keep it moving. The next one we've got is Around the World in a Day featuring Moses Sumney. Hopefully I've pronunciated that correct, but let's check it out.
Look around, say I love 'em all your life. Only time will sort it out.
If it's right, if it's wrong, then I'll tell you.
Only time will sort it out.
Is it right, is it wrong? I can tell you that I've outgrown.
Look around, say I love 'em all your lives. Only time will sort it out. Only time will sort it out.
Let's start the parade.
That vocal run was crazy.
Only time will sort it out. Let's run the night. If
life is their design. When the time will sort it out. Let's end masquerade. Life is by design. Only time will sort it out. What's wrong is right. Yeah, it's our design. And we'll be marching.
The like diode vocals are so interesting. Guitar tone's interesting here.
I see you laughing all around the town. I see you laughing all around and round. I see you laughing all around the town. I see you laughing all around. Look around, jump around like I live that road. Motherfuckers in the crowd, let my whip that through. And that's around, let it tell you. I be acting like they heard you. I'm around in the club and I be stepping out like screw you. I just miss that. Sometimes I lose that shit, yeah. You hear me back a lot of times, I never did that. I can barely sleep, I got your ghost in my closet. If you want my body, that's some tears, give me the loot. This a loose shit. I'm gonna roll, you roll them up every time. I'm gonna ride till the end of love ain't better. I never mind cause the one and two's dance better. I'm sick and tired of the digital trendsetters. No, I ain't cool, but I'm in the mood. All in fucking numb and everything is rude in the mood. I'm a bird loud, everything's getting rather loose. And I'm both cloud, and I'm down with you, let it loose. 내가 또 잠에 든다면 나를 좀 때려줘. 속이 좀 안 좋아 그래 그냥 좀 내려줘. 길을 잃고 난 뒤 경치가 더 beautiful. 내 꼴 맞추고 발견되길 소원하는 분실물. 길을 잃은 우리들 we look so pitiful. 이제 아그 미소 띠며 지켜들어 충지로. Yeah, the past, the present, I'm a past. They give it to you. 난 고장 난 내가 좋아 bitch. That's that shit. Time will sort it out.
Ooh, that ending was interesting. I like that. All right, cool. This was Around the World in a Day featuring Moses Sumney. Very interesting. Uni says, I feel like this was even more Gambino-y than I was gonna say. I also, this feels like Awaken My Love kind of in that album. A pool, not to draw comparisons. I also noticed that this song draws an interesting parallel to Tomodachi, because there's a lot of, I wouldn't say exactly the same, but that I could see that they run in parallel together because, like, obviously had a unique feature. I feel like Little Sims was a great feature on Tomodachi, and very similarly Moses was also a great feature on this song. But I noticed some parallels in terms of like stylization. Like at the end of the song of Tomodachi, you got like that really kind of like anthemic like group vocal sound at the end, and this one also has a similar sort of phrasing to it in terms of that. But I almost kind of get like some like gospel like influence in the song. Pretty heavily, especially towards the end. I feel like you would typically hear that type of stuff within like gospel choir and stuff, which was cool. It definitely reminds me a lot in that aspect of things, which I appreciate. I also feel like, and maybe it might just be me, chat can also correct me if they feel differently, but it kind of gives me almost like, especially the middle part of the song, it gave me like a little bit of like a classic rock feel, if that makes sense. Like it definitely has like some stylistic choices where I'm like, I don't know if it's necessarily like that, or like it may have some nostalgia in my head, like where I've listened to a lot of classic rock and like Motown and things of that nature when I was growing up. So I think even like kind of stylistically with like a lot of the instrumentation, like the guitars kind of have that sort of like more like rock flavoring. The drumming definitely has like, again, that sort of nostalgic drum sound of that time period. Um, so I feel like the middle section of that song was where I was like, wow, this kind of gives me that sort of vibe to it. Um, I really enjoys Moses's voice, excuse me, and like how contrasting it is to RM's voice. Like they both have very very unique tones, but I feel like they've really paired well together. Moses definitely had like that cool kind of um like he had like this really interesting kind of like warbly sort of voice to him. And I loved his like the tremolo in his voice. I feel like that was so cool. He's got, or not tremolo, vibrato in his voice. I feel like he's got like a very good vibrato tone to his voice, and I feel like that was really evident in this song, which I love. But yeah, I think this one was very interesting. Like I said, Domodachi was also very interesting. So I feel like I feel like they have different approaches, but certainly very kind of like on the same parallel in some ways. In terms of like, if you took the like meat and potatoes of the song, I feel like it's kind of on a similar pathway, which is great. But yeah, I thought this one was very solid. I enjoyed it. Um, Dang says I often choose this song at karaoke. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Very nice. All right, we're keeping it moving. The next one we've got is Credit Roll. We'll probably just breeze through this one because it seems like it's a minute and 14 seconds, and then we'll get into the big finale. So let's check it out.
When the credits roll, do you hang tight? Do you stay inside or go to live? I'm so grateful for everyone's time. Hope you all had such wonderful night. When the credits roll, do you hang tight?
Wow.
Do you stay inside or go to live?
I love the guitar vocalization. That's cool.
Everyone's time. Hope you all had such wonderful night. When the credits roll, do you hang tight?
All right, we're just gonna roll into it. Come back to me.
I told you I'm finding night, staying good. Spring's always been here. I will sleep in her eyes. Come back to me like you used to do. Be what you be. I will roll you to moon. I forgot the hour. I don't wanna know about the hour. I forgot the shower. 세수할 시간도 아까워. You don't have to be. You don't have to be the anything you say. Try not to be. Try not to be. There's something in this say. Come back to me like you used to. could see what a life is about. I told you I'm fine tonight, stay good. Spring's always been here. I will sleep in her eyes. I see you come back to me. I see you come back to me. You are my pain divine, divine. You are my pain divine, divine. Get to the divine, divine. So fine.
Love that big drum fill. It's cool.
I see you come back to me. I forgot the hour. I don't wanna know about the hour. I forgot the shower. 세수할 시간도 아까워. You don't have to be. You don't have to be the anything you say. Try not to be. Try not to be that something in this city. I told you I'm fine tonight, staying good. Spring's always been here. I will sleep in her eyes. I see you come back to me.
Why does this remind me of like an Animal Crossing song? Like, I mean that in a good way.
I see you come back to me. You are my pain divine, divine. You are my pain divine, divine. Get to the divine, divine. So fine. I see you come back to me. You are my pain divine, divine. You are my pain divine, divine. You are my pain divine, divine.
Wow. All right. Very cool. This was Come Back to Me by RM from Right Place, Wrong Person. We did it. We did the full album. Very cool, very cool. Um, let's see what we got here. A couple comments. Dang says, or Dang said about credit roll. Jimin really likes credit roll. Also, tragic fact, "Come Back to Me" was the only song in this album he has ever performed live. Wow, that is crazy. Did such this repetition with the video repeating on the right. I had to do some chores and came back, and for a minute I thought there was a problem. Day says it's probably symbolic for of something. When he says dope album, uh, Koki says we did it, and Sarah says I love this album. Hey, let's go, let's go. Um, I know I joked about like the Animal Crossing shit, but I will say it did, especially like without like the bigger band part. That like guitar sound, the guitar chord phrasings that they used, I feel like I gotta find the source material certainly, but um, but I feel like there is definitely some like some synergy with that. Not, and I mean that in a good way. Obviously, I like Animal Crossing, so it was not a diss certainly, but like I could imagine the crossover there. But anyway, the song itself, I feel like is a slow burn. I do like it. I feel like songs like this, especially just being well over 6 minutes long, I definitely feel like it's a cool energy shift. Like the song starts off very smooth, and you get like that bigger kind of like band moment with like the drums and like the whistling and like his and RM's voice kind of popping a little bit more. And then you have like the horn section, stuff like that. I thought was really cool. Then it kind of subdues a little bit, and like I appreciate the motion of the song. I feel like they did a really good job with like the writing of that. RM's voice is very captivating, so I definitely feel like that is one of the strong points of the track as well. But I liked it. I think it's a nice closeout to the song. I think it's very like chill. It's very laid back. Like I was just vibing, you know. It definitely has it's definitely very high on the vibe scale for me. So, I definitely like that. It kind of is again a little bit more on that like longer end, so I feel like it kind of adjacent to Heaven. Obviously Heaven's like a little bit more different, and I think there's a lot more chord changes, but I think this is a good closer song. I definitely think it kind of like, I imagine it loops back into right people wrong place in a very unique way. So I definitely love that. And you know, I think this was definitely a listening experience, right? Like I love the variety of different songs that came out of it. Definitely some of my favorites being Lost, Heaven, Groin, Out of Love would probably be my top four. I definitely love that a lot, those songs the most. But like it's crazy to see like the different, like obviously I feel like the familiarity of RM obviously is through BTS, but I think to me it's so cool to see like that his artistry, he's able to do what he wants to do, right? Like I feel like this album to me feels like a very much a peer into Looking Glass certainly, but as well as that I feel like there is a very unadulterated side to it, right? Like I don't think that this is like, I don't think there's any shilling in the song. Like this is like an album I feel like he did because he could do it, right? Like I don't feel like there's any outside influence that would have prevented this album from sounding like the way that it does, right? Like I appreciate that in every facet of each song there's like no outside influence on it. It just feels like very much an RM album, and I can say that with my full chest is that, you know, like it does feel very much like appear into his artistry, which I love. I feel like that doesn't happen too often, especially if you're in a group that is very popular. I feel like an album like this stands out even more so in that aspect. Um, but I really enjoyed it. I think, like I said, this album is a unique piece of music, both for good and for bad reasons. You know, like I said, not bad in like a negative sense, but just like there are some songs that just didn't hit for me, and there's definitely some songs that resonated more with me, and I think that kind of goes for a large majority of the albums I listen to. But I think at the end of the day, like RM's able to do what RM wanted to do on this release, and I think that is a huge win for any artist really, like to just kind of be true to yourself and do what you want to do as an artist. So I like this a lot. This was a great recommendation. So glad I was able to kind of sit through it and figure it all out. So Andy says, this is my first time I've listened to this album. I enjoyed it. I'll definitely listen to it again. Hey, let's go. Sarah says, and back to the genre question, I would definitely say this is alternative hip hop and alt pop. I could, yep, I can definitely see that. I would back that statement. I feel like that's probably what I would also consider it as well. Maybe some funk influence as well. Maybe like some, like some funk pop influence. But other than that, I feel like that's pretty on the nose, certainly. So, Gunky says, while it wasn't for me, I can appreciate the artistry and variety. Hey, let's go. All right. Well, thank you, Dang, for recommending this. I'm glad we actually got around to listening to it. So, appreciate you letting me know. So, very cool. We are completely shifting gears and we are checking out Issues Quartet, which I'm very excited about. This is not a hugely long album, which I'm here for, but still fun nonetheless. So, Dang, thank you. No, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for suggesting. So, very cool. We are going to start off with Connect, which I know we have listened to. So, we're going to, there is, a 14 song one. Is there? Damn, holy shit. Oh, never mind. That was the, okay, the 7 song one. Okay. We probably will do the 14 song one, I would assume, because holy shit. All right, never mind. We did check out Connect. Anyway, let's keep it running. Some of these we may not check out because we did check out Super Luna before, but we'll see. We'll get around to it. All right, we're gonna do the intro, and then I think I'm just gonna bully my way through Quartet. So, let's rock. Let's check out intro. Cool intro. We'll go through the whole thing. I am streaming for 4 hours, so. Oh, thought my computer broke. Ooh, violin's cool. Here for that. Similar musical motifs to some of the songs I'm familiar with, so that's cool. I don't know if that was intentional or not. I love the EDM with the violins, so good. Great intro. All right, getting into Quartet.
Can you keep it quiet just for now?
That intro just hits more now. That's crazy.
forever reconnect. Welcome, kayak the man. Core hit because the next way is back again. We rise, that's the quartet. Wow. We're in one rhythm. 伝いに途切れない幸せに似てる。No limitation. 出会った時から分かってた響く粉。Full hearts 重なる motion. Full steps 向かう direction. また出会う harmony. Now we groove. 運命のコーテ。輝くどこだって Now we groove. 運命のコーテ。
All right, very cool. This was Issues Quartet, and we also did the intro as well. Very nice, very nice. I do remember this. We checked out the MV, so I'm. If I didn't seem as surprised about the song, it's because we listened to it like last week. So, or excuse me, earlier this week. So, Citra says again a quartet. So happy Rin is back. I would agree. Cookie says the song is about them being back together. Yep. And Uni says so damn good. I would also agree. The intro is cool. I definitely wanted to obviously give my flowers to the intro. I feel like it obviously sets up the rest of the album. Again, not to rehash my commentary on the RM thing, but like I feel like intro songs sometimes I'm sure groups use them, other groups don't use them. It whatever makes sense for the album certainly, but I do like intros. I feel like they're always very interesting. I feel like it also sets up the album in a unique way too. Like it shows that you want to kind of compile it all together or have like a vision for it. So I definitely love that. But I think the way that if I hadn't listened to Quartet before, I feel like I think a lot of the marker points in the intro would have translated really well into Quartet. There's definitely a lot of, again, those like EDM elements, the string elements, like those were all very prevalent in this song. And I think that the intro does a good job of kind of coaxing you into that. If you weren't familiar with this album or you just found this group, then I feel like it offers a really good stepping stone to the album. But I really like Quartet. I don't want to like go in grave detail. If you want me to go check, if you want to check that out, go check out one of our previous streams. Because I know I did talk about it more so in length, but I did really love this one. I think this was really, really good. Again, I love that combination between like EDM synth sounds and like orchestral arrangements. I feel like they always work well together in tandem. And I think like the stylization not only I think fits this song, but I also feel like it fits Issues like tonality really well. I love the kind of like lovely lyrics, obviously the song being called Quartet and also them being a quartet again. I feel like is so cool. And I think it obviously shows that they missed their member Rin. So I think to me it is a sweet song. And I think it is only capitalized by how well it's written and like obviously how great their voices kind of mesh up together is really beautiful. But yeah, I think this one is one of my favorites. It probably will still remain as one of my favorites from this release. So I'm excited to get into obviously the rest of them, but Quartet, I think not only is a strong title song, but I would definitely say one of the best on the album. 100%. I would be surprised if this isn't in my favorites. So Guggy says DC was always great with their intros. I agree. DC, love Dreamcatcher shoutouts. Sindra says lap one better take care of them. Kind of bummed what they did to Miai's members. How many members did they remove from Miai? It was sad to see. Yeah, it's I also hope that they do well. Obviously, I hope that the album does well for them as well too. So, if you have not, again, hopefully this is your opportunity to go check them out. So, Gunky says, I bet this won't be your favorite. Interesting. Okay. In one of my favorites. That's interesting. All right. I'm game to see if you think I could, if you think that Quartet will not be my favorites. Okay. I'm here for it. All right. We're going to keep it moving, though. The next one we've got is number 4. So check it out.
聞いてこの our new track まだ誰に求められないテンポよく進むの volume up step it up We get that number You look and I might mind 崩せない school air 願いが叶う clover つなぐ energy that makes war Going my way keep the break Is this Sunday ready for this 生まれ変わる never too late さよなら my yesterday One そろそろじゃない Two it just feels right Three 近づく complete Four is our killer number One 同じビル Two 刻むたび Three we become only one Unstoppable 無敵 number four
Oh, cool set.
Right now 流れていこうこの身を委ねて描く未来が響き合う一度来このまま行くわ Follow me 東西南北全世界に Deco goes on Even second広げる right My wings everything's ready now my way just keep the break
That was cool.
123 then ready for this 生まれ変わる never too late さよなら my yesterday One そろそろじゃない Two it just feels right Three 近づく complete Four is our killer number One 同じ rhythm Two 刻むたび Three we become only one Unstoppable 無敵 number four Watch out for 東西南北の hero No music no river no issue 見てるの前だけ Do the one two beautiful sky
Ooh. What? Interesting. Oh.
One そろそろじゃない Two it just feels right Three 近づく complete Four is our killer number One 同じビル Two 刻むたび Three will become only one Unstoppable 無敵 number four
Wow. What a crazy song. All right. This was cool. All right. This was number 4 by Issue. I'm curious. I got to see who did the production for this. Jung Ho Hyun. Very nice. Okay. Oh, he did vocal production. Park Woo Song did the production. Okay. So maybe he's the one who okay, Jung did the keyboard. Okay. We're getting there. All right. Cool. Okay, and Jung also did the arranging and composition. Okay. Cool. This was a nuts song. I will say, like, the production on this was absolutely crazy. So shout out to Jung. He did a great job on that one. I'm trying to think of how to describe it. Like, I feel like I'm almost shocked at like some of the choices in the song. I think were very cool. I liked it. The synth choice was wild. Like the razory synths that they used in this, like a lot of like, I think like, I'm pretty sure it's a sawtooth like synth tone, which gets you that like really like razory sort of sound. So I like that. I thought that was cool. I think this song definitely has like a unique beat to it. There is a lot of like interesting, like almost like video game-esque like sound effects. There was one part, like, I don't know if they use like a guitar. It sounded like a guitar, but there's this one part where like it almost sounds like a pinch harmonic on a guitar, but I don't know if they actually used a guitar or if it was like a keyboard and they kind of like mimic that sound. But it was very interesting. I feel like this song would require another listen. I liked it, obviously, but it was so different from Quartet in the sense of like I almost have like a little bit of whiplash in terms of the song feeling so different from each other. And that's what I obviously love about going through albums, because you never know what you're gonna get, certainly. But I felt like the juxtaposition between the title song and this one were very different. But I liked it. I think I would go back and give this one another listen. Obviously, I'll probably run through a lot of the. I've ran through a lot of the albums that like I've done on album streams again to see if if I've got it correct. But yeah, I thought this was really cool. I think I enjoyed like the production of the song more than I like enjoy. The vocals were really good. And again, this is not to discredit their vocals, but like the production on the song was what really piqued my interest about this one, more so than anything else. It was just really out there. So, Gunky says, "I love all the sound effects." My reaction to that switch up, that switch up section was wild. And it says, Gunky also says, you get a lot of variety, on this album. I enjoyed the production on this album. Yeah, I don't know if they did they use the same producers for. No, they're all different. Park Woo Song looks to be the like. If I'm gonna check out one more. I'm curious if it's the same. Yeah, because if he's going by PWS in this, unless it's a different. That's also Park Woo Sung. So maybe it may be the same producer, which is crazy. Shout out to him if it is the same. But all right, cool. Well, we're gonna keep it moving. The next one we've got is Chemistry. So let's check it out.
So here we go.
Such a vibe. 不確かなことばかりに lay. Make me up and down. Give me something right. 間違いない next. Now ring ring. I like this. Oh, 繋げて connection. Oh, 君の imagination. Break away 何 pop だって。重い関係はなくて。後からって selfish love. Whole day 式のない未来に思い
The dubstep wobbles. Tanning's cool.
You let it flow, can you see I'm looking? I love the loops, me on my casting glue. I like you. 말하는 vibration. good imagination. Let the way hold it tonight. 나는 계속 지지 않을 때. 빛을 속에 savage love. 달래모와 가는 나의 미래이 되모 도와도 나주겠다. We call me Kemi. 각기가 해도 나이. 입만 가산에 die. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. あなたと私だけの chemistry. 너 말은 나의 필요 energy. I gave you a chance. わかるまでは dance. Save me on your lips. Oh, I'm in love. Your message, new selfie. 까만 곳이니繋がるシグナル Just feel the beat. Your message, your selfie 大切だから誰でもない君だってずっと持ってたよ chemistry 止まらない I feel your energy I gave you a chance わかっても dance Save me on your lips 君なんだ chemistry We're the chemistry
The both side tanning is wild. Wow. Very nice. All right. This was Issues Chemistry. Also, apologies. I realized that I turned off like the actual screen because I went to check Google for something. And then I realized that I actually turned off the actual Spotify thing. So if you saw like a blank screen for like 2 seconds, that was why. Um, this was very cool. I definitely like the panning on this. Like the production stylization was really cool. Something I noticed about this song specifically, it kind of reminds me in a similar genre pool as to Yoasobi. Um, Kind of again tailing more to that like J-pop, like electronic pop sort of sound. I love Yoasobi, so I feel like this song definitely kind of plays in that sort of pool in a similar way. They do a lot of like interesting production as well. So I think to me that was like I was trying to figure out like where Yoasobi is in terms of their like genre field. So this was kind of in a similar sort of background, and they're also a J-pop group as well. So that would make sense. But I really enjoyed this one a lot. I think like the production stylization very similarly to number 4. I really liked as well. I like kind of like the danceableness of the song. I feel like it's got a good beat to it. But yeah, I feel like the vocals on this have been really phenomenal. Like obviously having 4 members, I feel like you can tell. I would feel like you could tell the difference between like how the songs are, and like I think it's cool to obviously realize, or at least like obviously having written back, like you can realize like a lot of the different like vocal stylization or like additions that they added on to this song, which I like as well. But yeah, I think this was also really good. I still feel like right now Quartet's still the one to beat, certainly. But both number 4 and Chemistry were also really good. I probably put them in the songs that I would absolutely listen to again. So very nice. Garky says, love me some panning, and I mean they are a J-pop group. They are that. So very nice. Very nice. All right. Well, we shall keep it moving. The next one we've got is 4 Beats. So check it out.
Hey, ここまで進んでこれたの my life, yeah. No stress, 心の声がすぐ is ready. 雑音まみれの Sunday でもまた踏み出せてる Monday, yeah. We stay この足元は揺るがないから yeah. Different rhythms in our heads, but it feels we become ghosts. 別々の声が重なれば perfect. 信じても right through. And I know it's beautiful. 胸の真ん中なる groove. 私たちの beat right on the count. 崩れることない続く
Feels like a very 90s pop influence song.
Yeah, we got her on her beat and we sing up now. ここにいる alive この声でデザイン見上げた方へ flyどんな時も keep it rising it'll fake I'll flake それだけは言えるの救われてたあの shine 浴びてくように Chinese sound to sound so loud 私たちの beat right on the count 崩れることない続く forever 違うっていうことが響き合うから perfect fit Yeah we got our own beat and we sing down now Down now, don't lose track of down now We bounce back Down now, don't lose track of down now We bounce back 探した tune 見つけた groove このまま break down and break through right now 同じ下が待ってても出会い歩いた日々が true Yeah, yeah, yeah 私たちの beat right on the count 崩れることない続く forever 違うっていうことが響き合うから perfect fit Yeah we got our own heartbeat and we
great like riffing and ad libs over top. That was sick. All right, cool. That was track 5, 4 Beats. Let's go from Issue's newest release, Quartet. Let's see what we got. Gunky says definitely 90s pop influenced. I would agree. I enjoyed this a lot. First of all, this I will say I feel that this song, I feel like this song definitely showed off their vocal skills. Like this was the first song where I was like, damn, they're really popping off. Like especially towards the end of the song, I think that was probably the part where I was like the most stunned at like how like not to say that they weren't talented before this, but I feel like you could really tell that they are diving into those vocals even more so in this song. So I loved hearing that. I thought that was really, really sick. I also liked what was it? I also really enjoyed kind of the like stylization of the song. Definitely like that guitar work was really cool. And I also enjoyed like a lot of the vocal layering that wasn't like the ad-libbing sections. I thought that that was really, really incredible. And like they really knew how to make the vocals pop in this song. And I can really appreciate kind of this the stylization choice of that. It almost felt like they just intentionally wanted to make that song just kind of stand out a little bit more on kind of that vocal side of the things. But I definitely enjoyed this one a lot. This one was a vibe for sure. I will say that the chorus of this song reminds me a lot of Genie in a Bottle by Christina Aguilera, and I just looked it up. It's from 1999. But like I couldn't unhear like if you wanna get with me, like blah blah blah, that like the whole like Genie in the Bottle lyric set there. Like definitely similar pattern. I'm not gonna say exactly the same because obviously I feel like nothing in that aspect is there's not an originality of it, but I was like, damn, that kind of reminds me a lot of that song. And I think it's just again that chorus, like their chorus and this chorus kind of match up pretty well. So that was kind of where I was like, this had a familiarity to it. So Goki says, that was the song I was thinking of that this sounded like. I couldn't think of the song that this reminded me of. Yeah, as soon as I knew exact like as soon as I could hear like the guitar and like the melody choice, I was like, that is 100% that song. Like in a good way. Obviously, it's an iconic song for a reason, but yeah, there is definitely some influence there, certainly. Which is cool. I love to see it. All right, we are keeping it moving. The next one we've got is Windy. So check it out.
Making all my days.
Love that melody run. Ooh, I like those vocals in the back too. That's cool. Love those like dreamy pop synth. Very nice.
永遠はね分かってるだからこそ今命燃やしまうよ I just wanna shine bright 咲き続ける想いは Like this forever Run like everything will be alright Cause it's you 風に乗せ届く to you この声がそれを晴れる光差し追い風が背中を押すよ I'm always here for you 君のそばにいたい And watch your future bloom
Very nice. All right. This was Windy from Issues. Very nice. I enjoyed this. This is definitely a little bit of a change of the pace. I feel like obviously Gunky's comment from before, getting kind of a variety of different sounds on this release, which is cool. I appreciate the diversity, which is always a good thing to see in albums. I like that this one's a little bit more subdued, right? Like I don't like the vocals on this were incredible. There's that melody, that main melody in the chorus is just so infectious. I absolutely love that. The synths kind of have like that dreamy pop sort of like feeling to it, which I really like as well. And I think it suits their voices really well too. Similarly to comments I made before, but whoever is doing a lot of the kind of like vocal production, I actually probably could look it up now. They did a really great job with that. I think like it looks like PWS or potentially also Park Woo Song. I'm not entirely sure if they have them separated, so I don't know if it's two of the same people or two different people. But either way, I feel like a lot of the vocal stylization has been really cool, and like I think I noticed it more on that second verse. I love the kind of like I liked a little bit of like vocals in the background of the song. Like it definitely was placed around this sort of area, which was cool. I think that was a cool stylistic choice in the song, and it really kind of broke that like vocal section up a little bit more. So I love that. But yeah, this is a really, really beautiful song. Like I said, they've had like kind of a different variation for each kind of song that I've listened to so far. So, I like this one's a little bit more on that dreamier sort of quality. I thought that was really good. So, Gunky says this is one of my favorite new songs. Ooh, okay, very nice. All right. We will keep it moving. The next one we've got is New Moon. So let's check it out. Loving the synths already. Ooh, the big 80s drums. Very synth pop. Little city pop too. This is so synth poppy. I'm here for it.
Maybe open the next door. 사야 코너 하나 싹 갈라 하지 마루 beating in my mind. 1, 2, 3, 4 and you from the dark we rise. With the new moon 색이 헛걸루 연이 헷갈리 that moment.
This bridge is sick. Ooh, that was good. I That one might be amongst the favorites for sure. This was New Moon by Issue off their new album Quartet. Very nice. Gunky says that this is one of their other favorite songs from the album, along with Super Luna and Quartet. Very nice. And the song is all about the synths. I would agree, 100%. Definitely all about the synths. I like this one a lot. Like I said, what being one of my favorites from this release. When I think of Issue, this is what I think of. Obviously, Super Luna was one of my favorites from that whole album was one of my favorites from last year as well. But I feel like this kind of invokes that sort of like sound choice that they used on that album. And I love it. I feel like this one definitely suits their vocal tones super well, and I definitely love just the, like, again, the strong synth tones in this one. Really, really nice. I also enjoy kind of like the 80s like drum style in this song, especially that kind of like it's that very like iconic Phil Collins like drum fill. But I love kind of that vibe of the song, as well as that, like, the chorus, super catchy, really dynamically fun. I also love that it's kind of, again, on that like the Midnight feel. If you have not checked out the Midnight, I would highly suggest checking them out, especially if you like this album, or this song specifically on the album. You will absolutely love the Midnight. They're an incredible group, and they definitely pull from that like synth pop, retro synth tones. So would highly recommend if you like New Moon. But this was a phenomenal song. Like I said, all of the songs in this release have all been really good for different reasons, certainly. But New Moon, I felt like, was one of those songs where I was like, chef's kiss, so good. So very nice, very nice. Uni says this album is trying really hard to get into my top 3 for the year. So far, it's succeeding. Hey, let's go. Kogi says the 80s retro style songs always resonate with me. And Kogi also agreed in his comment. Yeah, I feel like that 80s retro synth pop sound just works. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's certain songs, and I feel like genres maybe at large that just, like, to me are timeless. Like this type of sound, especially in New Moon, I feel like is one of those songs, like, in my opinion, I feel like are one of those timeless sounds where I'm like, oh yeah, like that makes sense. Like even like some classic rock bands, like I definitely feel like there's a whole host of songs that obviously I've listened to over the years, but like, you know, like, I feel like there is a specific sound to, like, 70s like classic rock sounds, right? Like I think there are specific genres that just, like, no matter what I get in my head, I'm like, those always tend to just resonate well with me. But yeah, I would say like the 80s like retro style synth tone just is so good, so timeless. So very nice. All right, we are keeping it moving. We're cruising. We're cruising now. The next one we've got is Telepathy. So let's check it out. Not the water droplet.
心に Secret base knock knock 無理やりこじ開けないで Leave me alone 一人がいいけど一人は嫌なわがまま Heart 寂しがり屋の天の弱何かいつも正反対どんな気分 I'm good I'm bad no lie feeling more だけどなぜか Come on let your miracle Don't let me fall so lost you don't Tell me everything out 全部バレちゃうの心つち出ちゃうの癖になる関係性 Stand by you Stand by me
Descending melodies. Interesting.
Stand by me お互いないものねだりでもそこが魅力だったりして知ってる内緒だよ世界が終わっても教えないかも Like you like you like you like you 私なりの Big Life 君が嫌いでも好きみたい BFF like you me too We're one 君もちょっとくらいずれたって exciting Don't let me fall so lost どこに行こう Tell me everything Ouch どうせバレちゃうの心つち出ちゃうの癖になる関係性 Stand by you Stand by me It's amazing 不揃いでいいうちらはバディ甘い You and I 負けてない MBTI デコボコパズルみたい Lucky Wiki ドキドキ Can you feel it? Tell me everything out 全部バレちゃうの心つち出ちゃうの癖になる関係性 Stand by you Stand by me 好き嫌い Angry funny Popping shaking I want to meet you Stand by you Stand by me
Interesting. All right. This was Telepathy by Issue. Very nice. This was interesting. I like it. It's very quirky. It is very Japanese coded. I'm here for that. For obviously because they're a Japanese group. But this was so interesting. Like it's got kind of like I don't want to mess the genre. I think it's like bubble pop, if I'm not mistaken. Like it's very like cheeky in the sense of like, first of all, the production's like crazy where they put like a bunch of different like vocal like tones and like different like little ad-libby things or like sound effect. Like they made it very interesting in the sense of like, I think you could listen to this song multiple times and pick out something different that you noticed about this song that I feel like you wouldn't have listened to the first time around. You know what I mean? Like I think it has a lot of facets to it, so I appreciate that. I love like I love the descending melody, then you get like the ensemble vocal, and then you get another descending melody, and then you get an ensemble. I feel like that's so interesting. I don't think I've heard that before, so I like the double descending melody plus like the ensemble vocals. I thought that was really interesting. But I also feel like to me as well, like it definitely is like very very J-pop coded in that sense, certainly. Which obviously makes sense because they are a J-pop group. So I feel like that goes without saying, but like it is very uniquely them, and like I appreciate it. I would love to give this song another listen again because like again, I feel like there's a lot of things that I noticed about the song, and like it maybe just kind of be like a split second thing, but it's like so interesting that like your brain will fixate on one point when there's maybe something else going on entirely in the melody. So I think as from a production standpoint, I feel like this one is one of those songs where like I think it really gets my gears turning as like in terms of a listening and production experience. I feel like this is a great song. So I definitely thought it was interesting. I will have to give it another listen as well, but I did enjoy it. It's a good song. So Gunky says that I could see ITZY doing a song like this. I could absolutely see that. The song is so much fun. And they said, did I ever mention that I love weird sound effects? I believe you have. I believe you have. If not, then we definitely know. And it gave me 8-Bit Heart by ITZY vibes, but that song was even weird. That song, I feel like, yeah, that song was a little bit more. I feel like this is the tamer version of that song. Like all the unconventionalness, maybe potentially of the 8-Bit Heart song was dialed out a little bit better than this. This one's like a little bit easier to digest, I would argue. So very cool, very cool. This is it is a radio friendly version potentially. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, certainly. So very cool. We are going to check out Connect next. I don't know if I've listened to this one. I know I did listen to Quartet, but I don't know if we watched the actual MV for Connect. So we're gonna check it out now, though. Let's give it a listen.
The world is ending. Hold me. Connect. 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 Initiating system protocol. Password required. System malfunction. I don't lost the light. I don't lost the way.絶望にあんなが居場所さえわかんなくて同じ目をした私たちがコネクト今見て breaking up They will never get better 起きつついた足でて高い壁も壊せるわ
Love this pre-chorus.
Now we finally connect. Shining now, you and I connect. At a time issue, 같은 날 issue. In my 우마를 connect. It's you. I wish to be born. Wanna be, wanna stronger. You and I connect. At a time issue. 닿지 못하고 it's you. 이 맛世界또 connect. 1, 2. 가져이 길의 나의夢. Grow up.過去だけの scene. Don't judge me. I just go. Now you know we don't need to be raised. Shut it loud, shut it loud. It's in the connect. 心が shut it out. 独裁信じろ. を見るより見せるは dream. きっと君と同じ感情. ここから start.
I love this pre-chorus.
まだ見ぬ世界.
So good.
Now we finally connect. Shining now, you and I connect. At a time issue, 같은 날 issue. 이만큼 말해도 connect. It's you. I wish to be born. Wanna
The drum bass vibes here are sick.
You and I connect. at a time issue. 닿지 못하고 it's you. 이만 세상이 또 connect. 거거 갈아요 connect.
Very city pop. I'm here for it. This is a cool bridge.
Now we finally connect. Shining now, you and I heroes. At a time issue, 같은 나의 issue. 이 마음 말해도 connect. It's you. I wish to be born. Wanna be a new
Ooh,
hero.
nice.
You and I heroes. At a time issue, 닿지 못하고 it's you. 이 맛 세상이 또 connect.
That was a cool like play with rhythm. Very nice, very nice. All right, this was Connect from Issue off their album Quartet. Very nice, very nice. A couple comments here. Sindra says, gotta check the MV. I will check the MV out. I feel like when I do these, I try not to switch between YouTube and Spotify. It's just easier to just listen to it. Honestly, I'm usually like trying to focus on the music, so I feel like sometimes the MVs can be a little intense, but obviously I appreciate the artistry that goes into making the MVs. Sindra also said that this is their debut, and Gogi says we're now into listening to songs that came out before. Okay, very nice. Sindra says, I love that they put their debut and comeback that included Rin. Yeah, that is cool. I do like that. I feel like obviously it's a celebratory thing, so, and it looks like they did release quartet versions, which is cool, which is I imagine what we'll be obviously getting into momentarily. But I like this. This was really cool. I don't know if I have listened to this one. I know we have listened to a fair amount of issue music, but I don't know if I had listened to Connect to my knowledge that I'm aware of. But I really enjoyed this. This was definitely different. I feel like if anything, it kind of locks in with, there was another song that was like kind of in the same vein. Maybe it was number 4. But I enjoyed this song a lot. I think this was really, really I think this plays with the rhythm in a really fun and like unique way. I really love like the dynamics of this song. I think they did a phenomenal job with the production on this. I got to give a shout out to whoever did production work for this. Again, it looks like it's PWS again. Incredible stuff. I have listened to Phase, but I listened to Phase and Super Luna. I know for a fact because I did go. That was one of my favorites from the release. But I don't think I've listened to Connect or any of the other ones. Super Luna and Phase are the other ones that I feel like I'm looking at and I remember. But anyway, Connect was really cool. I like the dynamics of this. I think that was probably the coolest parts of this song. Other parts I really enjoyed were the pre-chorus. I feel like they did a beautiful job in that pre-chorus. I loved like the melody in that. I honestly wish it was a little longer. It does feel a little bit of a short welcome, but the way that they transitioned into the chorus, I thought was really good. I also really love the bridge. I'm a sucker for a good bridge, and I feel like they absolutely did a beautiful job in the bridge. I think it contrasts like the kind of more dynamically heavy parts of this song in a great way. So I loved hearing that. But overall, I felt like this was a great song. Like I said, I'm surprised I have not listened to this or I didn't go back. But for the sake of honesty, like I said, to my knowledge, I don't believe I had listened to this or seen parts of the MV. So this was a new experience to be vibing with. So definitely enjoyed this one a lot. This is a banger song. So love that. Gogi says, this is the best album to start people off with them. I'm pretty sure you've listened to Phase as well. I have. So, okay, cool. I'm cycling back with the comments. Very nice. I would agree. I think this is a good start, like, especially since, like, I had no idea. I kind of had a feeling that this had some of the, like, their debuts and stuff, which was cool. So, very nice. We're going to keep it moving, though. The next one we've got is The Flash Girl. So, let's check that out.
Look so weird. What's doing hey? Just being there. Just a stranger. I'm who I am. 心配しないで誰にだって理解できないこともあって You don't know, you don't know だって勝手に今を照らしてるの居場所がないなら自分で見つけるわ Ready, issues coming to you now You know I'm a flash girl Flash, splash only taking it Flash, splash It's your nightmare Flash, splash Kata ya bola If you're curious where you can read us Girls, 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 girls Flash, look around way. I can choose on the route, cut I'ma break away. Rather 사랑과 I'm gonna never lose, yeah. 아주 말해봐 strongest, 난 믿음을 control it. 가와리 모노 데모이. 와다시 너 같이 와서. 와다시가 기회로 너요. You know I'm a flash girl. Flash, splash, 꿈에 찍히네. Flash, splash, 이슈 나의 man. Flash, splash, 갖다 예볼래. If you're curious, will you come with us? All my life's like a runway. 난 도대목한 나의 type. 욕발이를 감아와 날. Now I'm moving the crowd, yeah. Step on my beat, you know I'm a flash girl. Check, I'm solid, you know I'm a flash girl. Step on my beat, you know I'm a flash girl. Check, I'm solid, you know I'm a flash.
You know I'm a flash girl.
Flash girls in the building, see my silhouette. Flash
The dubstep wobbles.
catch up to my pace. Who you chasing now? What? Who you chasing now? What? We were coming straight. Okay. She's on the way. Girls, 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 girls. Flash, splash, just a tick on that. Girls, 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 girls. Breaking out, 주식이 먹고 외로워.
Nice. All right. That was The Flash Girl. Very nice. Udi says, why the fuck have I been sleeping on this group? Listen. I feel like these are always a good, anytime we cover any group really, I feel like is always a good marker point for where for where groups are at, right? You know what I mean? Like, I think I've made this comment before, but like, it's hard. I like I said, I don't know how people follow multiple groups in like multiple genres. Like, obviously, like there's probably some that rise to the top, certainly, but like it is crazy how much like phenomenal music that comes out on like a weekly basis. It is cool. I think it just speaks to the larger pool of like musicians that are out there that are creating music. It's just good to see, you know. Kagi says, seriously, where have you been? When he says, I remember liking Super Luna. I guess I didn't follow up. So much stuff out there. I guess they slipped through the cracks. Hey, listen, that's a fair statement to make. I feel like there's even groups that, like, I'm like, holy shit, I didn't even know they came back. That's crazy. Like the new Iker stuff. Like I listened to that while I was at the gym earlier this morning, and I was like, damn, this fucking hits, you know. Shouts to Ikers. But anyway. This was great. I definitely, like I said, Connect and Flash Girl. I didn't listen to, or Shining. I don't think I listened to Shining either. But we kind of got introduced to them with Phase and Super Luna, which is great. Again, one of my favorite releases at that time. But I really do appreciate like kind of like their evolution as a group. I think like obviously seeing where they're at now and like the musical choices that they choose to make currently, I think has really set them up for an interesting thing. Like while I do like Flash Girl and I like Connect, I feel like to me it is all really I think to me it's always really interesting to see like the more like EDM heavy, like more aggressive stylization, and then you get into like Phase and Super Luna, and it's like a little bit more like it's a little bit more like dreamy and like ethereal in that sense. And so it's like really cool to see their growth as a group in like one release. So I really love that. But I felt like Flash Girl was really cool. Like it's very catchy. That chorus I think definitely hits super strong. They do utilize a lot of the like a lot of that like strong, like again synthy, like aggressive like razory sort of tones in the synth, and I thought that works with like the stylization choice of this song. But overall I thought this was also a really, really good one as well. Like I said, been sleeping. Hope to not be sleeping as much as time goes on, but I feel as though there's always new stuff coming out, so good to see. But Guggy says, I just listen to the music. I don't I don't obsess about the artist, so I don't know what they ate for breakfast. Hey, listen, that's fair. That's fair. No, it says Shining might have been the first one you did. That's what I figured. It may have been the first one. I thought for sure we did Phase, but I know for a fact we did Phase. But Shining, we may have done, if it's on the same release as Phase and Super Luna, then we probably checked it out. So, Syndra says you should give the debut B-side Static a listen. It's from their debut EP. I will have to. You will love Static. Okay, I will have to check that out. I will reconvene with chat. But very nice, very nice. We will keep it moving. Speaking about Shining, we are checking that out now. This is the quartet version. So, let's rock.
I'm set to shine like a diamond. Light up. Welcome to my era. Tachimuka pleasure. Mayo in my pleasure. 네가 가르쳐 ASAP. Don't malign like how fever. 미력국에 more wake up. 한미다사 날 뒤선 online. 시올라 씻고 싶던 난 사이. Pretty girl you so old get smile.
This feels different. Like good different. So good. Oh, I say this final chorus. I think No Santa is right. We did check out Shining. I'm 95% sure on that one. Very cool. This was Shining's quartet version. Very nice. Syndra says debut EP only had 2 songs, Connect and Static. Okay, very nice. Sarah says they're just so good. Syndra says quartet version are OT4. They gave Rin lines. I didn't even mean like that. I mean, yes, I do remember seeing that earlier in chat, which appreciate you for let me know again. I felt like with this one, like so there was something like vocally that like I feel like was a little bit different in the chorus. I don't know like if they went through and did like some of the obviously they gave Rin some lines in the song, but like I think there was some like they must have added her voice in like the ensemble parts and stuff. Like it definitely felt different, like different in a good way. I feel like it felt more dynamic in like the choruses and stuff. So maybe they threw her voice, like kind of like threw her voice on top of that, which I thought was, I think is interesting. It just felt like more dynamically different than what I remember Shining originally was like. I'm sure maybe I'll be able to point it out more so in like Phase and Super Luna, because I know I've listened to them more times. But I enjoy this. This was cool. I love again that they gave Rin lines, and I also like that they recorded, or at least added her voice into post, I guess, for these songs. I don't know how much in depth they went in terms of this, but you could tell that there's a difference. Like it doesn't, like I'll probably have to listen to these back to back and see like how much of a variation there is, but to me it seemed pretty apparent. So which is cool. I love seeing that. I think that again, it was a smart move on their part to kind of re-record some of these with Rin. And I think that just adds another flavor to this song. So I really like that. But yeah, overall, I liked Shining. I love it. I don't know if it's technically like final chorus or like bridge, but the ending of this song always hits. I just love the ending of this track. Like obviously the rest of the song's really good, but like when they get to that final chorus, I'm like, chef's kiss. It just kind of ties it all together, and I felt like this time it just was like dynamically so pleasing. So yeah, I'm excited to listen to these quartet versions. Obviously we're gonna go through all of them, but like they've all been this one has been a little bit different. So I'm glad that I could discern the differences between that. So we're gonna move on to the next one, which is Phase. We're gonna check this one out again, so let's give it a listen.
Now we're shining a perfect light. Like she met any version of myself. How dare I fly away so dark? 이만큼 살아 take high side. 대박 났을 때 뭐가 무슨 myself. I'm not afraid. I follow my light. 맨투맨을 hold up. 후각고 주로 shadow. 특히 요새 굴린도. Here we come. 나 심이 mellow. 24/7 the day and the night. Don't let's keep running. 가그야기만 zero 하네. 미루 수백 대가 와타시잖아. 구라야미 데모 my heartbeat got me. 미가스키는 연이 미가세 데모 it's me. I can't hide my wonder. Just let it flow. Gotta walk like a day, light so my bed.
Yeah, there's a change up there. That first part of the chorus. They changed that. Add a little bit more synth in there. It's cool.
Face, cold
Very nice. All right, that was Phase from Issues, the quartet version. Very nice. Guggy says Phase was a grower for me. I wasn't a big fan of the first time. Wasn't a fan of it the first time I listened to it, but I really like it now. Uni says I definitely remember hearing this one before. Yeah, we did listen to Phase. I love this song. I like. I will say I agree with Gunky. But I feel like I really love this song now. And I think they did a really great job with this one. I think Shining, you could tell that they kind of like added Rim's voice into this one. I feel like with this one, this was a little bit more subtle. There's definitely some parts where, like I said, I beat Phase and Super Luna into the ground when when we first listened to this. I listened to it a lot. My girlfriend can attest to how much or how often I listen to that album. But I feel like you could tell slightly. There was definitely like the second verse I think was a little bit different. I think there was definitely some moments of the song where, like, especially I would say more so the outro and intro, where you couldn't tell. I don't think there is as much of a like distinction between that. But I will say, like, in the more like EDM, more like in your face aspects of the song, you could tell like they put Rin's voice in that. But I enjoyed this one a lot. I like I said, I like the juxtaposition of like how ethereal some of the songs, parts of this song is, and then as well as that like kind of that like more EDM heavy, more electronic focused sound. I think that just contrasts so well together. So I love that. Uni says I'd love a whole song of that outro slash intro, intro slash outro. Excuse me. Yep, I agree. I love that. Gunky says that would be cool if they did. Uni says, but the switch up is still cool too. 6-song overall. Gunky says kind of like how MX did the O.O, but would be a lot better than that. Yeah, I feel like that's probably why I like that album so much, is just like the like that. I'm not gonna try to use MX as a qualifier here, but like I feel like there is like an NMix objectification of like this song specifically, right? Like I think they're like, especially for this song specifically, it almost feels like a Japanese equivalent to NMix, right? Like the switch up of the songs. Like obviously we joked about the NMix change up when we listened to Phase, but like I'll still stand on business that I feel like they NMixified it, which is great. I like I said, shout out to NMix, they're a great group as well. But yeah, I felt that a little bit. But yeah, this was cool. This one, like I said, a little bit more subtle in the quartet version of adding Rin in, but always a welcome addition. So love to see it. All right, we are keeping it moving. The next one we've got is Super Luna, and this is the quartet version. So let's check it out.
闇が深く漂う日空にかかる Rather to the glowing moonlight たどったら Dreamy fantasy 唱えて One, two, three 夢と現実狭間にある Word 目を閉じて I will take you now I've just break down 痛みも孤独も光の羽に So changing
Love that arpeggiated lyric. So
With a
good.
bit through night Got the vibe, I'm in control決して解けないまで My life will rise up high 輝く moonlight 光り出す midnight 星のように弾ける My heart 軽やかにスーパールーナ冷めない dreamer 解けない my heart この夜を永遠にするわあらスーパールーナ Dream in the moonlight I'm your super Luna
Ah, such a goated song. All right, this was Super Luna quartet version from Issue from their album as well, aptly named Quartet. Very nice. Couple comments here. Gunky says, I just want to say Super Luna is my favorite Japanese pop song, and it would be in my top 10 overall for songs released in the last few years. Wow. Okay. I don't disagree with you on that. And Gunky also says, I love the Yuki rap. Yeah, Yuki crushed it. I enjoy this one. Like I said, Super Luna is one of my favorite songs, if not probably my favorite song off of the original release. But I will say, at least for this quartet version, I feel like Rin evaded me in this song, and in a good way. Like I feel like her voice in this song is great. Like, I obviously love her voice, and I love that they did the quartet version. But I think that this one, like, is harder to tell. Like, I would really have to probably listen to them side by side and really kind of really piecemeal it. But I will say I think this one's a little bit more different than I would say probably any of the other songs. I feel like Phase and Shining, you were really able to notice it more. But I felt like with this one, Rin's voice like kind of blends a little bit more in. And I actually appreciate that because obviously I love the original Super Luna, but I feel like Rin is just a nice, lovely addition to this song. But I don't feel like it takes away from it doesn't take away from the song at all. Like, you know what I mean? Like it just feels like she should have already been in the song already. And I would argue is very difficult probably to discern the difference between the quartet version and this one. So other than that, beautiful song. Love it. I probably couldn't talk about this loving this song anymore. So if you would like me to, if you want to hear me go in detail on it, go check on a previous catch up stream. I know we checked it out many streams ago, but if you wanted my original thoughts on Super Luna. But yeah, this was one of my favorites. 100%, probably one of the best Issue songs in my opinion, but great version. So very nice. Gogi says, I didn't notice a difference in this version. Very nice. I believe it was probably December. Yeah. Cause I know they were like I think they must've been on my honorable mentions for like the releases of that year. So yeah, it's not terribly long ago, but a little bit ago. So, all right. Very cool. The next one we've got is Love Myself, the quartet version. So check it out.
Left or right 選んだ今が正しいかどうかわかんなくてしおれてた答え合わせはやめにして何度も何度も顔を上げて花咲くの I love myself
Ooh.
Your phone 閉じた heart 自分に優しくするためのチャンス Rhythm day, rhythm day このままでいい長い夜いくつも越えて 何度も何度も顔を上げて情くのは Love myself 咲かせて Love myself 誰かのためじゃない Wanna live my life as who I am 偽りない私でいたい咲かせて Love myself 君と私の青い春は続く永遠に終わらない夢を追いかけて Love myself 咲かせて Love myself My life, I follow my heart きっと大丈夫私だからただ一つ揺るぎのない My heart 叫ぶよ Love myself
Very cool. This was Love Myself, the quartet version. Very nice. Didn't listen to the original, weirdly enough. I feel like there's so much shit that came out. I don't know how recently this song came out. It must have been more recent, potentially, but I did like this. This was very chill. I agree with Gunky. It's time to chill a little. Yeah, definitely more of a chill vibe to it. But I love like the ensemble vocals in this. I felt like they were really dynamic, really fun. It kind of lended itself to kind of the more brightness of this track. So I enjoyed that element of it. I also love the chorus. I think the Love Myself part I feel like is really fun and really dynamic. So I appreciate that element of the song. But yeah, I think this one I think to me feels like one of those songs that like if it's a bright summery day out, I'm putting this song on, I'm rolling the windows down and I'm like blasting this song. Like, it just got like good feels, good vibes. And I would imagine it would just kind of like lighten my mood a little bit if I was having a bad day. So I definitely love that. Needed a song like this, certainly. So I definitely appreciate the elementation on this one, and it was really good. So very nice. All right. Well, we're moving on to the last one of this album. I have no idea what this means in Japanese, so I'm not even gonna try. We'll check it out. But this one also has Taku Takahashi, excuse me, listed on the song. So very nice. Gunky says, "Does it make you love yourself?" Always, for sure. Sindra says, "Love Myself" was the single before Shining. Okay, thank you. That's why I didn't listen to it, because I feel like Shining On I've listened to. I probably didn't listen to this one either. So excited to get into this one. Let's check it out. This is a long one, 5 minutes.
"ちゃんとしてるねって言われるたび無理してた自分が剥がれてく」「夜だけが優しいこの街で心は置き去りのまま」「スクロールする指にだけ感情が置き去りになってく」「日の当たる場所にいるのに してこんなに寒いんだろうねえ壊れていいかな優しさが毒に変わる前にねえ笑わなくていいかないつから泣くのをやめたんだっけこんなに叫んでるのに誰も振り向かない世界でそれでもまだ声を上げてる見つけてほしい私の光を
Nice.
大丈夫って笑う癖だけがいつの間にか自分を守ってた涙は弱さじゃないのに傷つくのが怖かったんだ周りの声に埋もれて気づかないふりが上手くなった答えを出すことばかりで私の声はどこにあるのねえ壊していいかな優しさが罪に変わる前にねえ笑わなくていいかないつから泣くのをやめたんだっけこんなに叫んでるのに誰も振り向かない世界でそれでもまだ声を上げてる私が私を見つけたくてね強くなくていいかなそんな風に思える日が来るならね信じていいかな愛し方がわからなかっただけで声にならない想いだって誰かの心揺らすかもしれないそれでもまだ声を上げてる見つけてみたい私の光を
Ooh. Gorgeous ending. All right, very cool. This was I have no idea. You can see on the screen. I cannot read kanji or katakana, so I cannot fortunately tell you what it is. But this is Issues and Taku Takahashi. Very nice. This was great. I was kind of expecting kind of more of a ballad or something like that on a release like this. Um, I don't. I know I haven't heard this one. I don't believe. But this was great. I think their voices were absolutely beautiful. They obviously do ballads super well, and I think like when I think about Issue, obviously I think they're really great vocalists. But like I think of it in terms of like how fun their songs are, or like how many different moments you have of it as well. But I feel like with this song, like this one really truly made me say, wow, like they're really great vocalists. and they were able to show their chops off. And I think that that's really important on any album, right? Like you want to be able to show and highlight what you're capable of doing. And I felt like throughout this album, they did a phenomenal job of that. But I think to end off with a song like this, I think was just was the real icing on the cake, right? Like I think they did a really great job of like having fun songs and having things that were just so enjoyable or so fun or unique, like production style choice, or doing, having Rin kind of do some of their older songs, but with her on it. I think this kind of culminates all the different aspects of the album. And so I really loved hearing that. But yeah, this was a beautiful closing track. And it didn't feel like 5 minutes. I was looking at the timer because it's right in front of me, but like genuinely, it was so beautiful. So, yeah, enjoyed this one. Like I said, probably my favorite is still Quartet. I really did like it. I will say I feel like New Moon gave me a little bit of a run for my money. I almost put New Moon as my favorite, but Quartet was beautiful. I still feel like that's probably one of my favorite ones. I would say the quartet versions of all the songs with Rin in them were also really great as well. Though I feel like I can count them, I feel like, as favorites, but I will also say that I like them before, like without Rin and with Rin. So I feel like that's a little bit of a technicality in the sense, I feel, but like still enjoyed it. Obviously her contributions to all of the quartet versions were all really great as well too. But yeah, great album. Definitely, if you have not heard of Issue before, please check them out. Very cool. Gagi says, obviously love the songs. Sindra says they're just flexing their vocals, especially here. And they went OT4 with this song. Yep, I definitely saw that come in, not surprised. Uni says, lovely, what a ending. Gucky says Quartet is my favorite new song, along with Windy and New Moon. I could see that. Windy was good. I would say New Moon. I don't know. It's hard to say. But I feel like out of the new songs, Quartet's still like the jam for me. So, but great album. Please go check out Issue if you have not. That'd be great. So. Very cool. We're gonna do AKMU next. I want to try to do ZB1. We will obviously see if we can get through it. Because AKMU is 11 songs, so we might squeak on by potentially. So, very cool. I know No Santa wanted me to check this album out for a good bit, so I feel like I got to do them the justice. So, I want to try to be done by 4, but I know this will probably be cutting it pretty close. My girlfriend is still at work, so I may be able to squeak another one in. So we'll see. All right. This is Flowering. I know we did listen to I'm pretty sure we listened to Paradise of Rumors and Joy, Sorrow, A Beautiful Heart. I'm 95% sure on that one. But we're going to check it all out. So this is Flowering. Let's get back into it with Paradise of Rumors. So check it out. Yes, 24 hours. One day. If I don't die. Sandra, thanks for joining. Appreciate it. See you soon. That twangy guitar and the slide guitar is so cool.
지금
That slide guitar is so cool.
잠깐 앉아요. 따뜻한 스프와 고기가 있어요. 소문의 낙원 우린 모두 그곳을 찾아 떠나왔죠. 겁쟁이는 절대 모를 세상이 지치고 병든 나그네여 우웩소리 나그네여 당신의 불치병은 그곳에 존재할 수 느리게 오래 걸어가요. 무서운 낙원으로 사랑을 발견하기 위해 도시를 떠나왔어요.
I liked all the like nature aspects of the song. Very cool. All right, this was Paradise of Rumors from AKMU off their album Flowering, which we'll be going through. No, saying is this song has grown on me a lot. I could see it because I know we listened to this one. Like I said, Enjoy, Sorrow, Beautiful Heart. Um, I love like the twanginess of the song. Like again, I'm gonna get a little bit in the weeds on like the guitar work, but I really love that they used I assume they're using like a Telecaster just to get that really kind of twangy guitar tone, which is great. I think it obviously suits this song very well. Um it's got that western feel to it, which I think is really cool. I think that is only aided by the fact of that like lap steel guitar, very like again using a lot of western music. Also like the way that they kind of use like different instrumentation to kind of like almost like I know they use like these like shells or something like that to kind of mimic like horses moving in like western movies, like old western movies and stuff. And I feel like they incorporated that into the song, and then like you got a lot of like the bird and like nature sounds in the track, which I thought added like a different landscape to the song. I will say at first listen, when I listened to it on stream, we watched the MV, like I feel like to me like I am not. I will say that I'm not like particularly a huge fan of that stylization, but I will say like Akmu just has a really interesting way of like writing, and obviously, um, the voices are really beautiful in this song, and I think comparatively to like the way the rest of the musicality of the song works, I think they all work really well in tandem together. Like I think as a complete piece, like it's really beautifully arranged and really put together. It kind of reminds me a lot of I'm gonna blank on the album name, but it kind of reminds me a lot of like the like how I didn't like some of the older like John Mayer albums. Like he did like kind of like a more western, like Born and Raised or like Paradise Valley, like, and not obviously completely different comparison and artistry, but like in a similar vein where like I feel like Akmu was doing something different prior to this album, and I feel like very similarly to like the way that like John Mayer, or I could draw parallels to like where John Mayer was doing those sorts of albums, and like I wasn't really a fan of them at the time, but like coming back to them, I'm like I understand the merit, I understand like the reasoning, and like it helps me kind of appreciate the artistry more. And I feel like very similarly, I'm probably gonna have a similar stance to Akmu on this release, just because I feel like it is different from what I normally listen to, and I love stepping out of my comfort zone or out of my box of what I like know well. But I feel like this is a really good song, and I would hope that it kind of sets up the rest of the album in a unique way. So it seems very like storytelling driven. So I don't know if that's the case. No Santa can let me know if I'm on the right path or not, but I enjoyed this a lot. This was actually really good. So Gogi says I would agree with the nature sounds are nice. Very nice. Okay. Cool. We are moving along. The next one is Spring Colors. Ooh, they're using like a capo. Interesting. That's cool. Ooh, nice switch in the second verse. Cool. Love the combined vocals. Ooh, like the finger pick section here. Cool. Very nice. This is Spring Colors by AKMU. Very nice. Couple comments here. Gaki says, I guess will be the closest we'll get to country. But pretty much is country music. Ding says that they're back. Finished marking for the day. Very nice. Thank you, Ding, for coming back. Appreciate you. I enjoyed this one a lot. I think this is probably my favorite one so far. I like kind of the more upbeat nature of this song. I also really liked the instrumentation of this. I think it was really cool that they used like, I don't know what frets they were using in terms of like the capo, because it definitely sounds like it was, if I had to guess, it's probably like 7 or 8 on the fretboard, I would guess, because it definitely feels like there's definitely some moments where it felt like more of like a mandolin, or kind of evoke that sort of mandolin sound. So I love that. I also really enjoyed the vocals on this one. Soo Hyun is so good. Her voice is so clean, so pristine, and I feel like it pairs well for like these folksier country-esque sort of style songs. Um she just has like a warm way of singing, and I feel like is expressed very well in these types of songs. But I also really think that her voice meshed up really well with her brother, um, Chan Hyuk. I feel like the combination of their voices together on the latter half of the song was really what kind of stood out to me a little bit more. I also really appreciate, again, to go back to the instrumentation of the song. I feel like this one was like had a lot more depth to it. I think like the drumming was really fun and like again upbeat dynamic, but I also feel like the way that they utilize like multiple layers of guitar work I thought was really nice. Like you obviously had the acoustic guitar, and then you had like a little bit of leads, and like there was some like acoustic guitar leads over top. Like I think they really layered it out well, where I loved kind of the dynamics of the song, and it just kind of made you feel like you're a part of the song. It almost gave me like, if I was to hear them perform this song, it kind of reminds me of like if we're all sitting around the campfire and there's multiple members, like, multiple people in their band that are like performing this song with them. Like it gives like strong campfire vibes, and like I really appreciate that a lot, because I think it comes through very strongly if that was the intention of the song. But I definitely feel like this one is like almost like campfire jammy in that way, if that's like, if I could if I could kind of paint a picture a little bit. I feel like it's that type of vibe. But yeah, I really enjoyed this one a lot. I think this one is one of my favorites on this album so far. So really enjoyed it. Gunky says that they can picture that as well too. Very cool, very cool. All right, we are going to move it on. The next one is Paid with Bugs, which I would not like to be paid with bugs, but that'd be, if you paid me with bugs, that'd be weird. But anyway, let's keep it moving. Yeah, I'm a big bug hater. Wait, do they have accordion in this song? What the fuck? How did I not realize that? that a harmonica solo?
반짝이는 불빛이
I'm so confused.
어물쩍대는 나의 영혼 시간은 짧고 될 것은 많구나.
Oh, nice. They resolved it. That was cool. On like a major chord. Very nice. All right. Almost dropped my phone. This was Paid with Bugs by AKMU from their album Flowering. Very nice. Sarah says, do you have something against bugs? I don't have anything against bugs. I'm just joking. I know I said I was a bug hater. I actually don't have anything against bugs, but bugs should not be in my house. That's the only that's the only caveat to my answer there. Gunky says, I hate bugs, but I'm thinking about software bugs right now. Hey, let's go. That too. Software bugs suck too. Gunky said the song is so much fun. I agree. I like this one a lot. I think there's a lot of character to this one. My first thought was like, this song reminds me if you rolled up to your local saloon. It just has like, it has a saloon vibe to it. Like, the types of music that you would hear. I hate to keep referencing like Western, like country Western movies, but like this is the type of song that I feel like I would hear at like a country Western like saloon, right? Like, and I don't know if that's the influence that they're drawing from for this one. I would be damn near surprised if that wasn't what they were pulling from, but like I loved all the instrumentation of this. The piano on this was like super bright and like really fun. And I feel like it added like a nice dimensionality to the song. It almost acts like a third voice in this song, so I really love that. I was a little surprised. I think there is like accordion in the song. I think there's also like, if I'm pretty positive on this one, I think it may have been a like harmonica solo later on in the song. Like, I just think this one was also very fun. Similarly to Spring Colors, like Spring Colors, I feel like I was more enamored by like the guitar work on this one. I think this song as like a full package, I think I enjoyed more. There's just something like very like spring in your step sort of vibe with this one. So I really enjoyed that aspect of that. And I, like I said, very similarly to my vocal comments about Spring Colors, I feel like this one was also really good. You can really tell like the complexity between both Soohyun and Chen Hyuk. Like both of their voices just are very complementary to each other, but I also feel like contrast very well. And this song, I think, highlights both of those things in detail. I think both of their voices are very nice. Like, I think to me, I feel like one can't exist without the other. And that's not to say they both aren't individually talented. I know that they had done their own solo work, but I feel like their voices just mesh so well together, and I think they brought like just a fun life to this song. So really enjoy this. I think, like I said, track 2 and track 3 are probably my favorites so far. They will be hard to beat, but I did really enjoy those. So we are moving on to the next one, which is track 4. This is Joy, Sorrow, and A Beautiful Heart, which we did listen to already. So we're going to re-listen to this one again. So check it out.
기쁨 뒤에 슬픔이 오는 건 아름다운 마음이야. 쫓아내지 말고 품어주어라. 아주 예쁜 돌이 된단다. 햇빛 뒤에 그늘이 있는 건 사랑스런 모습이야. 밝은 미소를 짓지 않아도 웃음과 조화로운 너의 눈 기쁨 뒤에 슬픔이 오는 건 아름다운 마음이야.
All right, very cool. This was Joy, Sorrow, A Beautiful Heart. Very nice. From AKMU. I had listened to this one, so I'll kind of keep it a little bit brief on the commentary. I will say I feel like this fits so much better on the album than listening to these all. Like I know we listened to Paradise and Rumors and this song as singles. But I feel like this one just fits well on the album. Like now having listened to Spring Colors and Paid with Bugs, um, I feel like this just works and obviously works well with Paradise and Rumors as well. Um, I think this also sounded better than it did sound on YouTube. I don't know if it's like a compression thing. I know I him and haw about that all the time, but I definitely felt like this dynamically was a little bit better in my opinion. Um, but this was very nice. I think re-listening to it for a second time, I really kind of have grown to appreciate this song. I know I wasn't like particularly the biggest fan of this one when we first listened to it, but I will say I think I have come around on this one. It's very gorgeous. It's a little like it's kind of got a little bit of. I like how it transfers between like major key and minor key, especially towards the end of the song. I definitely feel like it gets a little bit more. Obviously, you're going through this. I feel like they're going through the emotions in the song, and you definitely could tell like the mix between like positive and negative in the song, based off of like the chord phrasings and stuff. But I feel like the way that they interpolized the song, I think, was really good. And then as well as I think like the musicality reflects on that sort of emotionality of the song super well too. But yeah, I like this one a lot. I think that, like I said, I didn't like it initially, but I definitely feel like I have grown to, I've grown a soft spot for this song. I think it worked out really beautifully, and um, it was a great listen. So, I definitely enjoyed this one more than I anticipated I was going to like it. So, very nice. All right, we're moving on. The next one was track 5. This is Sunshine Bless You. So, check it out. Whoa.
그녀의 주근깨를 사랑해요. 소년의
Interesting.
그린 피부도 멋있지요. 아무것도 안 해도 땀 흘릴 수 있다는 건 감사한 일이지요. 조금만 해도 좋아요.
Is that cowbell?
싱거워도 좋아요.
Needs more cowbell.
저도 좋아요. 많은 사랑이 있다면 걸어잡고 창문 속에는 도대체 무슨 일이 일어나고 있나요? Open the door, happy bless you.
Oh, that's cool.
그녀의 선글라스를 사랑해요. 소년의 눈빛은 태양보다
This is cool. I like this bridge. A little bit of keys. Let's go. And some flute. Wow. Recorder. Damn, why did you tell me that, No Santa? Now I know it's recorder. That's gonna lower the evaluation. No, I'm kidding. Um, this this was track 5. This was Sunshine Bless You, from AKMU off their album Flowering. Um, this was fun. I feel like they've I this I will say I feel like this album has shocked me a little bit. And I mean that in a good way. Like I had very interesting I feel like it is I feel like this is very interesting for like an AKMU album. Secondly, I feel like this is not what I expected. Like given the first song and given like the singles that were out. So this is fun. This is a nice change of pace. But I really like this a lot. I think this was very interesting in terms of like an instrumental perspective. You get like a ton of different variety in the song. You get the voices, you get like that really cool like synth tone that you would hear in like the singles dang are Paradise of Rumors, Joy, Sorrow, Beautiful Heart were the 2 singles, I believe. No Santa can correct me if I'm wrong on that. But it that like synth tone was really cool. I liked I like the only way I can describe it, I think I'm pretty sure it's like a Roland synth. It's a synth that is used very famously on like Stevie Wonder songs. And that's the only way that I can associate that sort of tone to anything. Obviously for good reason. But I feel like you got that. You've got like cowbells. You got different like sort of like percussion elements in the song, which I really liked. Then you have the recorder. You have like different elements of the song that just makes it so unique and fun. So I definitely love that. I feel like their voices. I feel like almost Suyun and Chen Hyuk. I feel like their voices almost take a little bit of a backseat in some ways, like not in like a negative way. Like I feel like they fit really well in the song, but like almost at some points, I feel like the instrumentation kind of takes over and becomes the main focal piece of the song, and I really like that. In certain aspects, it kind of reminds me a lot of like I'm trying to think of it of like the type of music. It kind of reminds me a little bit of like the types of music, and I would say more modernly, it kind of reminds me a lot of like maybe like Yoshi games. I know I don't need to tie it to video games, but I feel like the nerd in me needs to. But like it kind of reminds, I could imagine like instrumentally it could be associated with like some of those, some like Yoshi games, which I love. Yoshi's one of my favorite Nintendo characters. But I feel like in that aspect, like I've played a lot of those games and I'm like, wow, like musically kind of I could see a little bit of the counteraction between that. But yeah, I really enjoyed this one a lot. This was also another good one. I am surprised that I've liked a lot of these songs. Like you said, I not to come in. I try not to come into these album streams with like a negative connotation to it, but I feel like this has definitely exceeded those expectations, and I feel like these songs are playful in a really fun way. So, I feel like that just teaches you to not judge a book by its cover, certainly. So, Sarah says this album is like the Pretty Odd of AKMU albums. I could, I think that's a good comparison. I could see that 100%. That's a good relational aspect. I could see that. I could 100% see that. Goki says that was a lot of fun. And speaking of Yoshi, a new one just came out. I know, I did see that. I've been watching the reviews. I may get it, So I heard it's more puzzle based. So I'm here for that. I love a puzzle game. So all right, we are more than halfway through the album now. We are checking out Tent next. So let's give it a listen.
텐트 밖에 내 운동화 왼쪽엔 린다의 갈색 구두가 손을 넣어서 모두 펴봐도 한참 남을 만큼 큰 구두가 텐트 안에 얇은 침낭 한쪽엔 린다의 취중 낮잠 드르렁 고고는 소리가 의미하는 건 네 숲속의 평화 텐트 밖에 남자아이야 해질 때쯤 나랑 놀자 어둑어둑 몰래 나가서 도시의 불빛 구경하러 가자 그날 밤의 꿈은 덜컹거리는 열차를 타고 우주까지 날아 커다란 달과 입맞춤 해줘 텐트 밖에 내 운동화 몇 차례 꼬문 누더기야 하룻밤 푹 쉬려무 널 가지런히 또 떠나러 가자 텐트 밖에 내 운동화 왼쪽엔 린다의 갈색 구두가 손을 넣어서 모두 펴봐도 한참 남을 만큼 큰 구두가
All right, cool. This was Tent. Meatball, what'd you think? Did you like this one? You're jamming. You probably want me to let you go. I'll let you down. I just wanted to say hi. Let's see what we got here. A couple comments. They're saying it said, speaking of games, did you see the Snoop Auto game? No, I did not. You'll have to put it in the Discord. That's wild. I did not I did not know. Guggy says I buy my Nintendo games made by Nintendo at Costco because they're cheaper. Hey, that's true. I follow a lot of forums, so I did see that Costco does do those cheaper. So that's crazy. Sarah says he's jamming. Meatball is so cute. I will he is up from his nap on the bed, so he wanted to. He obviously knew that his fans were in chat, so gotta do it. I enjoyed the song. I think this one is. I will say I feel like the most neutral on the song. I don't think that it was particularly like a bad song. I enjoyed it as vibing. Meatball and I were vibing, but I don't feel like it is doing anything like outrageous. Um, I feel like to me it just kind of I feel like to me it would it just kind of is a good song. Like it's a feel good song. Obviously, Suyun sounds incredible in the song. As I feel like she has sounded on most of these songs, if not all of them. But yeah, I feel like this one was a nice little middle ground song. I feel like it's splits the album off. I'm sure, but yeah, it isn't reinventing the wheel, but is a very solid song. So, um, let's see what we got. Guggy says, I thought you said until he, and there says, do not bring that energy in here. I rebuked you. uh Gogi says, I was shocked because I thought you said that, uh but I was glad you didn't. I agree, solid. And No Santa says it was recorded in a tent. Ah, that makes sense. Very on the nose, but that's very sweet. No Santa says kind of odd they had the instrumentals plugged, but not the voice. that that yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, it's not a sing around the campfire or CAMPFIRSONG song. Sorry, that's for all you millennials out there that know. Um, anyway, we're gonna keep it moving. The next one we've got is track 7, which is Young and Married. Can't relate. Anyway, let's check it out.
막내 동생 아니고 딸 새내기 CC 아니고 부부 들판의 사랑스러운 가족의 뜀박질에
Definitely not young, dumb, and stupid. Yeah, that'd be terrible.
상상 속에 험지 많은 손을 잡고 꿈을 꾸네 어린 부부 어린 부부여 둘만 알고 있는 비밀은 지키고 어린 부부 어린 부부여 모두가 알길 사랑하셔요 막내 동생 아니고 딸 마카로니 펭귄을 닮은 부부 어리광을 숨긴 작은 뒷모습에 나도 꿈을 꾸네 손에 손잡고 함께 뒤뚱거리는 꿈을 꾸네 어린 부부 어린 부부여 둘만 알고 있는 비밀은 지키고 어린 부부 어린 부부여 모두가 알길 사랑하셔요 오나 아직도 난 사랑을 모를 테죠 Oh, I just wanna get into something I never knew. 어린 부부여, 둘만 알고 있는 비밀은 지키고. 어린 부부여, 모두가 알길 사랑하셔요.
Ooh, that organ tone's cool. All right, cool. This was Young and Married. Very nice. I enjoyed this one. This one was a very smooth song. Um, it sounded like it was mostly Chen Hyuk, which was cool. Um, I think his voice is really nice. And I don't know if it was intentional for Soo Hyun to do Tent and it mostly be her voice, and for Chen Hyuk to do this song and mostly have his voice. But I feel like it worked out. I liked the simplicity of the song. I thought it was very nice. Like I said, the instrumentation I feel like is something I'll always point out in these songs, but I really enjoyed like the organ tones in this one. The guitar work was also very solid, but I really loved Chen Hyuk's voice in this one. and it just his delivery. I feel like it worked out for the kind of more like acoustic. I wouldn't say it's quite country, but maybe like a little more folksy vibe of the song. It just worked out really well. So another solid one. I enjoyed this one as well. Gunky says, "Not young, done, stupid." Yeah, and Uni says, "I don't fuck with this song because I'm old and sick." Oh, oh man, that's fair. Listen, everyone has their right. So I get it. Um, Gunky says, "Me too." Oh, there you go. Um, cool stuff. Cool stuff. We are keeping it moving. The next one we've got is The Right Person. Look, I feel that is a great song after Young and Married. You had The Right Person. So makes sense. But let's check it out. Whoa. This guitar is so sick. What the fuck? That's awesome.
옳은 사람이 어디 있죠? 그른 사람이 어디 있죠? 싸움을 멈추고 우리 사는 동안에 서로에게 미소를 건넵시다. 못된 사람이 어디 있죠? 그러기만 한 사람 어디 있죠? 우리들에게 가시 같던 그 사람 그녀에게 장미꽃을 줍니다.
Yeehaw.
당연한 게 어디 있죠? 당연한 사랑 있나요? 자세히 보면 그는 당신을 위해 노력하죠. 오랜 사람이 어디 있죠? 그른 사람이 어디 있죠? 싸움을 멈추고 우리 사는 동안에 서로에게 미소를 건넵시다.
Whoa. All right, cool. All right, this was The Right Person from AKMU off their album Flowering. You want to speak? Can you come over here? Come here. Oh yeah. There we go. What do you want to say? What do you think about the song? I know you have such a big commentary to say. I know you want to talk about the song. You came in. Now you're being quiet. All right. Well, listen. I'll make the rules here. All right. You know, he's like, I love this song. Um, Meatball. Yeah, he's here. He's here for a second time. Um, is he more of a beef meatball or chick? He is definitely. This man's got beef. He's a beefy boy. So I feel like he's a beef meatball. But I'll put you down. I know you want out of the spotlight. Who's he beefing with? Listen, he's a beefy boy. I feel like he'd be beefing with everybody. He probably also wants to go outside on our patio and hang out, but it is currently raining, so not a good move. Couple comments. No Santa says I'll sign you two of that. That killed me. That was so good. Guggy says, I'm liking this. Uni says, then you get to eat a graceful breakfast at a festival of refugees and leave a bunch of stays. No, it says, that'd be quite the way to spend a Sunday afternoon, you know? Guggy says the guitar is cool. Let's see. Sarah says, Sarah says he's beefing with us. Sarah says that's why he won't give us his opinion. He thinks he's better than us. I mean, have you seen the guy? I feel like he feels like he's probably better than the entire population. I thought this was really good. This says, "Are we canceling Meatball? What is what is happening?" He says he is better than us. He knows. He does. He does. You know, listen. He does not need to aura farm. He is aura incarnate. So can't cancel my king. Exactly. Yeah. He is aura incarnate. So Meatball is a rebel. He is. Yeah. He's currently underneath a table in the other room, licking himself. So real king shit. Anyway, I enjoyed this one a lot. I will say at the beginning the guitar work was absolutely phenomenal, but then the song like kind of takes like a different turn, and then I like how it kind of picks up and gets like the energy of the song really changes, and I love how like kind of like more like up. It definitely has more of a country vibe to it, but definitely the upbeatness of the song really translates well. But again, not to beat a dead horse, but I feel like the instrumentation throughout this album has been really fantastic. But I really liked the way that they kind of I love the way that they combined it all together. I thought that was so good. Like from the piano work, like the guitar work, the bass, the drums, like the vocals, like they really kind of added this beautiful ensemble to the song. And I love that. Even like the ensemble vocals too throughout. I thought that was really nice. But like they really brought the energy with this one and the dynamics and stuff. And so I really like this one. I think this one is probably up there with my other favorites being Spring Colors, Paid with Bugs, Sunshine Bless You is good too. So yeah, this like I said, been very surprising on this. So let's see. Sarah says now I have a terrible now I just have terrible by Dan and Phil stuck in my head. Specifically, hashtag love you, hashtag ad, hashtag cancel, hashtag my girlfriend watches Dan and Phil. I'm again tangent for 2 seconds, but she watches Dan and Phil, and we watched they did like an episode of Tamagotchi Life, and I'm like, that's sick. So I love that. They call it the piss fountain or the something like or something to the effect of. That was funny. So I'm here for it. And yeah, everyone on their island was gay. Yeah, real shit, real shit. Sarah says your girlfriend is a real one. Diz says, oh my god, Tamagotchi live stream when? I mean, I'd have to move my Switch 2 into here, so I'll have to at some point maybe. We'll have to do it. I'll make all the island ears. We'll call it Audio Addiction Island. Oh my god. That'd be wild. Sarah says, I literally saw Dan and Phil interactive introverts tour for my 18th birthday. Hey, let's go. Just says that would be so that would be nuts. uh Sarah says no, because I want to see the island dynamics of chat. That would be crazy. That might actually that might we might have to cook with that one. That would be crazy. I'll have to think about it, but that would be funny. Goki and I beef in Tamagotchi life too. Oh my god, we'll have to make the Waffle House. That'd be sick. I'd be here for it. Anyway. Great song. Just to recap, The Right Person. Great song. Did enjoy this. We are moving on to Graceful Breakfast. So very nice. Goki says you should make it. I'll have to look. We'll have to I may not be visually seen on stream since I only have the one for my camera. So I'll have to figure it out. I'll get it. No, Santa says get a popcorn stand in the parking lot. Oh my god, that'd be great. All right, very nice. We are moving along. We've got Graceful Breakfast next, so check it out.
우아한 아침 식사를 하자 스뜨뜨뜨르 소물 뭉개는 고요함에 빨라 스투피두피두빠빠 음악은 클래식 밥으로 만드는 아침 햇살 세상을 바꾸는 것 말야 사실 불가능하단다 저마다의 정원을 가꾸자 스뜨뜨뜨르 소물 뭉개는 고요함을 빨라 스투피두피두빠빠 작은 거룩해 축복의 땅이 준 빵과 계란 살아간다는 것 말야 기적과 똑같다느라
Nice.
음악은 클래식 밥으로 만드는 아침 햇살 세상을 바꾸는 것 마냥 사실 불가능하단다 우아한 아침 식사를 하자 스뜨뜨뜨르 소물 뭉개는 고요함에 빨라 스투피두피두빠빠 스투피두피두빠빠 스투피두피두빠빠
The ending. That's great. All right, cool. This was Graceful Breakfast. Very nice, very nice. Gaki says this sounds like a musical. I would agree. Very nice. This was fun. Definitely the most I feel like the most animated song so far. Like, I feel like Gunky's analogy of it being like a musical, I feel like is pretty on point. I loved a lot of the like horn sections in this song. I feel like this was great. There's like a little bit of saxophone, like there's definitely some like trumpets and stuff, which I thought was interesting. But I think it works out really well, and I like the kind of swing that this song has. It's got a good rhythm to it, and I thought it was very catchy. Like I was like, damn, I was like, this is like the song is 3 minutes, but like honestly I could have done with like another 30 seconds or like another minute of the song. Like I know they ended it very well, but like honestly I think it could have been a little bit longer. I was really enjoying myself and having a fun time, and definitely the most like major key associated song that I've heard tonight, probably, at least for this album. But yeah, I thought I thought this was pretty rad. I definitely was enjoying the fun times with this one. So great song, good stuff. So very cool. We are moving on to the next one, track 10. This is Festival of Refugees. I'm more of a Prayer of the Refugees fan, but that's a terrible joke. Anyway, let's check out Festival of Refugees next. Gunky got it. If you know, you know.
밤이 깊었고 난민들이 오네. 누울 곳을 위하여 떠나온 우리는 누구 하나 쫓아낼 명분이 없지. 해가 저물고 난민들이 오네. 고독함을 피하여 저들은 지난날의 나였고 오늘 밤 아낄 게 없지. 난민들이 오네. 난민들이 오네. 저른바리로 난민들이 오네. 난민들의 축제가 열렸네. 난민들이 오네. 난민들이 오네. 저른바리로 난민들이 오네. 난민들의 축제가 열렸네. 밤이 깊었고 난민들이 오네. 마실 것을 위하여 떠나온 우리는 누구 하나.
Yeah, should have hired me. I'm a pro whistler.
찾을 명분이 없지.
Missed opportunity. I could have been the feature, you know. Very nice. This was Festival of Refugees. I guess my immediate thoughts on this song, it kind of reminded me of like a folksier version of like, weirdly enough, like Jack Johnson. I don't know if that like I said, that translates so well. But I know Jack Johnson, obviously, like acoustic guitar player slash singer, but like that was like the first thing my brain went to, which I don't know how well that suits it all, um, but I did get kind of a little bit of a Jack Johnson vibe from it. Overall, I don't really have a lot to talk about with this one. I thought it was solid. I think similarly to Tent, like kind of in a similar boat. I think it was a solid song. I didn't really have anything too like outrageous to talk about with this one. So it's just here. It's a nice song. Enjoyable. So yeah, they should have hired me to do the whistling for real. I would have done it. I would only take it a small cut, you know. All right, we're gonna check out the last one and I'm probably gonna wrap up. Sorry, Sarah, we will do ZB1 very soon for the next album stream. I will remember that. So let's check out Stains lastly. Let's give it a listen.
한쪽 구석탱이 언젠간 세탁해야지 1년째 박아둔 내 이슬 셔츠 작년 summer vacation 클립톤에 변해서 한 모금 넓은 토메이토 주스 그날 입기 위해선 새 옷이었지 이번에 딱 그날만 미안해 이미 너무너무 늦었대 너의 얼룩진 상처 내 안에 늘 기억할게 우리의 얼룩진 기억 우리의 얼룩진 기억
The Dan and Phil edition.
구석탱이 잠정 친구도 있었지 커다란 친동들인 바지가랑이 지난 12월 홀로 완전 시커 밑으로 셀프백 포테이토 수프
그건 외로운 나의 눈물이었지 못 버렸네 그건 나였어 미안해 이미 너무너무 늦었대 너의 얼룩진 상처 내 안에 늘 기억할게 우리의 얼룩진 기억 이젠 보내야 해 이미 너무 널 잡아뒀어 Goodbye adios my love 내 안에 늘 기억할게 우리의 얼룩진 기억 우리의 얼룩진 기억
Very nice. All right, this was track 11, Stains, from AKMU off their album Flowering. Very nice. Gunky says this is fun. I would agree. And a couple comments. Sarah says next album stream ZB1, Andible, X Love. That would be cool. And Shiny. Yeah, I'd be down. Sarah says, oh my God, the Pride Month edition. Yes, for sure. For Pride Month, we should watch Tantinoff to II and TIT. We should do it. That'd be fun. I'd be about it. I enjoyed this one. I think this was a great closing song. Definitely like more high energy, which is interesting. Like I feel like oftentimes like bands, any artist really for that matter, I feel like they often choose like a ballad or like a slower song to end the album off with. This is, I feel like, one of the rare occasions where I feel like this song, like at the end, feels weird, and not like I don't think the composition or the writing's weird, but just like placement of the song. Like this feels like earlier in the album, weirdly enough, but it works out well. I like that you get like a little bit of a high at the end, and then Paradise of Rumors, starts you off again through the release. But I really enjoyed this a lot. I feel like Soohyun sounds incredible in this song. Like I feel like this was the song where I feel like she showed off the most in terms of like the higher register and like a little bit more of the higher end of her voice. So I loved hearing that a lot. The piano work on this was also phenomenal. I loved how like dynamic and fun it was. Um, as well as that, like the rest of the song was really good. Like the instrumentation was good as well. But to me, I feel like this was definitely like Soohyun, and like the piano work in this track were just like really, really, really exceptional on this one. So I would definitely say this one's one of my favorites. That being Spring Colors, Paid with Bugs, Sunshine Bless You, The Right Person, and Stains. I feel like were my favorites off this album. But I really had an enjoyable time with this one. Like I said, I feel like no offense to AKMU, but I feel like given the songs that we listened to in terms of like the pre-release and the title, I was like, am I gonna really enjoy this as much as I came out enjoying it? I think I would have been I would have been upset because I think there's a lot of great songs on this release. And even like I said, I even came around with on Paradise of Rumors and Joy, Sorrow, Beautiful Heart. I was really surprised at how much I actually enjoyed those songs, and I genuinely think that they fit way better on the album as opposed to standalone songs. I think they've fit the mold a little bit better, and you can tell at least a lot along the lines of the storyline. I feel like it just fits more so with the vibe of the album. So, yeah, great album, great way to close off the album stream today. But thank you, No Santa, appreciate you. Monday we will not be streaming. It's Memorial Day, so go enjoy hanging out, get a hot dog, hamburger, whatever vegan equivalent that is. But hopefully y'all will enjoy it. I will be back Wednesday for stream. We'll have to decide on what we'll do. I feel like we haven't done a deep dive in a bit, so if you have some recommendations, or I was gonna throw the recommendations on a wheel. So we will maybe have to do the wheel, honestly, for like the groups to deep dive. I feel like we haven't done that in a little bit, but that'd be cool. This says Aqua Deep Dive. At some point we'll have to do it. It'll be fun. Uni says, "Rip my internet. Second time today. Great stream. Otherwise, oh, sorry, Uni. I hope you're doing all right. I'll prep it for you to add to the wheel. Listen, that'd be crazy. That would be crazy if we added Aqua onto the wheel of like other like K-pop groups and soloists. That'd be wild, but very cool, very cool. This says Monday has the UK has Monday off too. Very nice. Hey, let's go. No says makes me want a hot dog real bag. Listen, the dog. It's a dog summer. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Hot dogs, fucking dope. Love to see it. But very cool. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate you. We will see y'all on Wednesday this upcoming week. So thanks again. Enjoy your Memorial Day. We'll see you right here on Wednesday. Peace, y'all.